Am I alive, chat? Yeah.
They gon' rumble. They gon' face your face up. They gon' rumble. They gon' take your face off. Hi! I didn't know this was a real song. Yeah, it is. Oh, now the ad break starts. Motherfucker. I thought the ad break already happened. Oh, sorry. I forgot I'm still holding the gun up to the dog. My bad. That's ridiculous. Oh, I fucked it. Sorry, Jesus. Okay, there we go. They gonna take your face off. They gonna rumble. They gonna take your face off. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour. Put in the work. Put in the hours and take what's ours. That was bringing with strange. I'm doing a game like, what's my motherfucking name? Sorry, I giggle every time. Rumble, they gon' take your face off. They gon' rumble, they gon' take your face off. They gon' rumble, they gon' take your face off. They gon' rumble, they gon' take your face off. Hi. Hi, chat. Hi. Hi, chat. Hi. We're farming, chat. We're about to farm. I'm like exhausted. I heard they gonna rumble from a different Twitch stream for a pro wrestling special they do. Oh yeah, no, it's an actual song with The Rock in it. I don't know why The Rock's in it, but he is. So, you know. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Hold on, I'm double checking something real quick. But yeah, no, it's an actual song. I added it to my playlist for the memes, but some parts of it actually slap, so... I was like, fuck it, might as well. Only thing that works for me. Let me be away from myself. I wanna fuck you like an animal. I'm gonna feel you from the inside. Okay. Interesting. Well, that's fine, I guess. Let's see. Okay, cool. I got it set up. Sorry. I was fucking losing my mind for a second there. Okay. So, I'm gonna be really honest with y'all. I did play this game a little bit off stream the other day. I was working on my fields. So, don't think about it too much. I was working on my fields. I haven't touched it in like 2 days though, so... Oh yeah, also I hit Ruby Star rank, but don't worry about that. Alright, let's see. What do we need? Crystals. Oh, he needs 3. A deep earthworm, scallop shell still, and I have an iron ingot now. I don't know if I have 3. Oh, I do. Okay. Cool. That's 2 quests out of the way then. And I don't think there's a pink shell over here. As you can see, my farm is like a lot emptier than it was the last time I played. I started tearing shit up so that I could actually not waste time on stream doing that. So I did go about a week in game so that I wouldn't waste y'all's time on stream. I hope that's okay. I felt really bad about the possibility of like wasting y'all's time on stream. I also built this bridge that leads over to this island. It doesn't really change much. This island is mostly just here for foraging, so it's kind of whatever. But I do need that seashell, which isn't here. Fantastic. It's another day without the seashell I need. Love that for me. More sod. Damn. No luck today. Huh. But chat, how are y'all today? How are y'all doing? Also, Jay, thank you so much for the first. I totally forgot to thank you for that when I started stream. I was all over the place. It's been a bit of a hectic day today. I think Bunny has an ear infection, so she's been incredibly moody today, which I understand. Like, my fucking face hurt. I wouldn't be very happy about it either. But it's been a little difficult for me. Because for those of you who don't know, I am on the spectrum. I just cope really well. And so, like, frequent, like, loud noises, especially, like, whiny pitch noises, are difficult for me. And, you know, when you have a baby that doesn't feel good, it's a lot of loud, whiny pitch noises. Poor thing. So, my nerves are kind of like, it kind of feels like my nerves have been, like, grated across a cheese grater a little bit today. Which kind of has me like, ugh, but I'll live. She's got a doctor's appointment later this week. She already had one, just for her generalized checkup, but I'm gonna have them look at her ears too, because I think they are hurting. I think one of them's hurting her, because she's been pulling at it a lot today, so. I don't know how this happened. She hasn't been sick or anything, I don't think. Or at least not any sickness that's been, like, obvious. She hasn't had a fever or anything, and usually when you get ear infections, it's because you were sick and, like, congested. And she hasn't been, as far as I'm aware. But who knows? Hi, Nick! It's going alright, how are you? Okay. Where is March? Oh, it's Saturday. So everybody's in the market. Okay. March, I've got some things for you. Fine quality, too. I should be able to make this last a while. You're welcome. I also have this. This is the iron ingot you made. Quality seems pretty good. Huh. Well done. Thank you. Ulrich likes putting butter in his coffee, but I think chocolate just works better. Butter in his coffee? Can't get my hair dyed here. I prefer to use potions, so there's no telling what color it would come out. Oh boy. Is today somebody's birthday? I feel like today is somebody's birthday. Maybe I'm just crazy. Ear infections seem common with baby and toddlers. Yeah, they are. They are very common with babies and toddlers for sure. But I know, like, usually you get them because, normally you get them because, like, you had some kind of infection. And that's just kind of, like, proof that they didn't fully clear up. Like, the infection didn't fully clear, or, like, it got, like, liquids caught in the back of your ears. But for whatever reason. Oh my god, the cat ears. Oh, the lily pads are cute, too. I like the crown, though. Coffee butter? Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about putting butter in my coffee personally, but... you know, more power to them, I guess. Ooh, nice. I will happily take more stamina. A really round rock. It's in the mines? Ulrich, what? Ulrich scares me, chat. I don't know what's on with him half the time. He's very sweet, but also, like, half the time I'm like, what did you just say to me? Alright, well, we'll go ahead and put these away. Oh, wait, no. And I'm holding on to this milk for a reason. I also reorganized everything while I was off stream. Can I check my calendar? Today's Elan's birthday. Oh, right. I think he likes pumpkin pie. Hold on. Double checking what Elan likes. I knew today was somebody's birthday. Yeah, he likes pumpkin pie. Okay, we're gonna go buy some pumpkin pie. Fiage, Gore, what the hell were you trying to type just then? Was that fish? Alright, we gotta go buy some pumpkin pie for Eland. That's apple pie. Oh shit, did they not have pumpkin pie today? Oh shit, sweet potato pie. Oh no. Oh no, Eland. He likes sweet things a lot. I don't think they have anything that Eland's gonna like. Oh no. He does like apple pie.
Gore
okay.
was trying to fish, but instead he stroked.
You know, stop stroking in chat, Gore. That's really fucked up of you to be out here stroking in chat. Alright, Eland, I have a gift for you. What the fuck is that? A magma beetle. Okay. Grim, hey, yo. For real. Hey, buddy. Happy birthday. She's got so much good shit. Okay. So, like I was saying, I did play some of this game off stream. I didn't really do much. I built a bridge, and I mostly just focused on cleaning out my farm and saving money. That's really it.
Joking or joking, chat. I'm always cranking my hog to thick anime MILFs.
Grim, no! Grim! This is not a safe place to crank hog, bro! Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. This is fucking ridiculous. Alright, there's a beetle I need. Come here, you son of a bitch. Alright. Where the hell did this beetle go? Where the hell is the beetle? I need a worm. Lord Jesus. That's not the worm I need, I don't think. No, that's a worm. I need a specific type of worm.
Who's gonna stop me from cranking my hog?
I
Lunar
am.
Culture unite. We will no longer be oppressed.
Gooner culture unite. It's a crazy thing for a dog to say, sir. Oh my god. Grim, you need to be stopped. This is a crime. Okay, I need a specific type of beetle. Don't be a bitch. Okay, Wormin' on the floor. Please don't walk right out the door. Come on now, let's see you soar when you count 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the pet, Gans. But I don't know, Bunny not feeling good has kind of put me in an exhausted frame of mind. Hi, Axolotl, how are you? It's been a lot of being yelled at by a baby today. So your girl is sweepy. Your girl is whoa energy. Let me in! Let me out!
Look, Peach, I will always have that dog in me. You cannot tame me.
Just relaxing after work before I start work? What does that mean? Relaxing after work before I start work? Do you have like 2 jobs? I will always have that dog in me is ridiculous. I work full-time as a school nurse, but I also run a sticker manufacturing company. Oh, okay. That's cool, though. School nurses, what's up? I was literally just talking about the fact that my baby is sick. Oh god. Can I drink this? I found the slab. Return the slab. But stickers are my main source of income. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. In America, teachers and nurses that work at schools being fucking paid properly? Never. Why would we ever? But yes, no, I do hope business is going well. Gore makes a very good point. I'm looking for one specific caterpillar that I see all the time in here, but all of a sudden is like evading me. Wow, Fields of Mystery. Whoever could have seen this coming. Oh, shut it, sickie. I haven't played this game in like 2 days. Not even in my free time. Let me live. I guess it's late enough in August for school to be in session. Yeah, school started like 2 weeks ago for us over here. Little bit started school about 2 weeks ago. Damn. I don't really want to drink this milk, but I'm going to just to get this. Pony! Pink Pony Club! Fortnite is not a very relaxing game. Not for me, at least. A parent yelled at me today. Why do they do that shit? Why? Oh my goodness. Can I not donate this little dude? Alright, well, that's fine, I guess. School starts this coming Thursday and then kids get a 3-day weekend? God, nope. How do I unlock the mine? In Fields of Mistria? I think it's automatically unlocked. I don't recall unlocking it. Oh, no, you have to make it to a specific, you have to make it to Copper Star, I think, is what it is. I just remembered. I was like, I don't think you have to unlock it, and then I remembered that you do have to unlock it. You have to make it to Copper Star, I believe. Regarding policies, oh, we actually had that. So Gore's little brother lives with us. We live with them? I have no idea, really. Either way, he, got sick. He threw up the night before. We think it was just a migraine, but either way, he still hurled. So we were like, oh, well, you don't have a fever, so we sent him to school the next day because he didn't have a fever. We had no idea that the policy was that if they have a fever, you're not supposed to send them to school. Or if they have thrown up, you weren't supposed to send them to school within 24 hours if they had thrown up within 24 hours. And I was like, we didn't know that at all. And so he still had a migraine the next day, and we ended up being called to come pick him up, and we were like, oops. We were like, oopsies. Sorry. And it turned out he's not sick at all. It was just a migraine, and he was having too much fun to, like, ask for pain medication before it got really, really bad. And so because of that, bro was suffering. And it made him puke. And we were like, dude, come on now. Fever, vomit, poopies are all 24. Good to know. I'll remember that for when my daughter starts school. She doesn't start school for a while, though. Bunny ready for school? She's not gonna be in school for, like, 3-4 more years. She's only 1. She's only 1.5. She's not gonna start school anytime soon. Lice is now treat with shampoo and send back to— I heard about that and I hate that. I need you to know right now. If my kid has lice, I'm not sending their ass to school. It's not happening, and you can't make me. That's some bullshit. I thought Bunny was older. Nope. Nope, she's 1.5. She'll skip a grade early. We found out today that she can count to 5. I don't think she knows that she's counting to 5. I think she's just repeating, like, the Wiggles when they sing, and she just thinks it's fun. But she sure is going from 1 to 5. And Gore was like, maybe she'll be a prodigy. And I was like, maybe she just likes the Wiggles and remembers songs. 1.5 is the perfect time to start learning. Well, she is in gymnastics, so she's learning how to interact with other kids, because she's in that age range where she just wants to beat the shit out of every kid that she sees. So we did have to start the interacting with other kids part early, so I don't get called to pick her up from school because she's beating the shit out of her classmates. I didn't want to type diarrhea. Poopies was easier. That's so fair. Kidney stones can make you vomit. Learned that 2 weeks ago. Damn. Yeah, they sure can. Was not a kidney stone, just a migraine, and he'd never had a migraine before, so he thought it was just a normal headache and just, like, ignored it. And didn't ask for any pain meds because he was like, oh, it'll go away because it's just a normal headache. And we were like, bud, no. Poor thing. Yeah, no, bro was a puking, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? What happened to you? But I get it, because I also get pukey when I have migraines, so... Alan asked me to make medical instruments. In order for anything but nails makes my day. I hear you're donating to the town's food reserves. I offered to make some of my famous rock cakes for the cause.
I threw up one time. I ate it.
Yeah, that's true. He did eat it. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but yeah, he definitely did eat that shit. I know a dog's gonna do what a dog's gonna do, but like, come on, Grim. We're not fully dogs. Uh-oh, I think Merlin wants out of the bedroom. If I knew this 24-hour information, I would pretend to vomit at school to go home. Oh, I used to pretend to vomit at school to go home. All the time. I fucking hated that place. Oh, see, yeah. They don't need to prove it and they can just go home instantly. My dumbass, when I say I used to do that, my dumbass, like, straight up would just puke. Like, on the floor. I have a very sensitive stomach, and so I would just make myself puke. Alright, hold on. Let me let the dog out real quick. He just ate dinner, so he needs to go outside.
I'm taking over the stream chat. Give me the 3 numbers on the back of your credit card.
Do not give that boy the 3 numbers on the back of your credit card. What is wrong with you? Do not do that. He will spend it all on wishbones. And nuclear weapons. I don't care how nicely he asked. That boy's a fucking menace. Absolutely not.
Now please give me your mother's maiden name.
No! He's not a good boy. He is death incarnate. Stop giving him personal information. It's like walking up to the death note and going, this isn't gonna harm me. To be fair, I was gonna spin it on the same thing. I can't stand y'all. I'm just trying to find fucking worms. I also need to get crystals, but, a worm is supposed to be easier. There it is, you little piece of shit. Come here. That's not what I need. I need a deep earthworm. That's a millipede. Oh my god. Are you also a millipede? Oh my god.
And just for funsies, please tell me the last 4 digits of your social security.
Hey! Stop that! I tried honey on pizza. How was it? Oh my god. This fucker. This motherfucker. Y'all need to stop giving him. For funsies, I like fun. I cannot stand y'all. Stop giving this dog your personal information. You will regret it. He will steal all of your identity and will use it for crimes. How accurate do you need to be with a death note? Very accurate, I believe. Did it not taste like you had honey on the pizza? Are these both millipedes? God damn it. Shit. Is it not? Where the fuck? Deep earthworm. Oh, it's probably in the water levels. Oh, I just realized. Maybe it's because it was a Red Baron deep dish. What the fuck? Nobody questions. It's probably in the water levels. Yeah, he had a hot honey chicken pizza. He liked it a lot. Shoot it. Bitch. 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 I just realized it's probably gonna be down here. That's not it.
Chat.
Yeah,
why is your credit score so shitty? How is a dog supposed to buy Dogecoin now?
No Dogecoin for you, bitch. Chat has forbidden you from buying Dogecoin with their shit by having the worst credit scores known to man. Also, you don't even have a credit score, so who are you to judge them? My credit score is actually pretty good since I don't have a credit card. Baby, that means you don't have a credit score. If you've never had a credit card, that means you don't have one. No, I do? How? Oh, my mom has cards in my name, but like with her finances? Oh, okay, then that makes more sense. I don't think you should say that out loud though, because I'm pretty sure that like counts as fraud? Is that not fraud? Or is that something you're allowed to do? Because I've heard people recommend doing that for your kids. But I always thought that that was fraud since you're using their social security number. Unless there's a specific way you can do it where it's not fraud. I really don't know. Oh, so it has to be stuff used for the kid. I don't know. I don't really know. I've heard people who are like, if you want to help your kid get a good start to life, make sure you take out a credit card in their name and raise their credit. And I'm like, is that not fraud? I guess not. If people are recommending it, but like, I don't know. I'm really unsure, honestly. I use it for like trading cards with an allowance. Okay. I need to get some farm animals to complete the next part of the major story quest. So I should probably work on that. That's why I was clearing out the farm, by the way, is so I could set up a nice little area. Oh, shit. I think I actually have these somewhere, but I'm gonna leave them there for now. Chat, would you consider investing in my small business? I want to make a dog breeding company. What does that mean? Am I in danger? Why do I feel like I'm in danger? Should I feel like I'm in danger right now?
Chat, would you consider investing in my small business? I want to make a dog breeding company. No reason.
In my small business. I'm gonna put some fish in here too. Yeah, which dog are we breeding? I would like to know the answer to that as well. That was supposed to be Grim. Well, you did the fish command, not the speak command, so not really surprised that that didn't work out for you. Sorry, chat. Grim fucking possessed Gore and spoke through him for a minute there. Yeah, who are we breeding? I need to know.
Guess I'll die.
Of course, trying to breed a replacement just in case I kill him. Chat, how would y'all feel if I made a Grim color sheet and y'all could make your own Grims? Because I need you to know, by the way, his breed is also called Grim. So, he's kind of just doesn't really have a name. It's just the breed that he is, and I just kind of call him that. His name is Death, technically, but we're not gonna get into that right now. Like Ruby? No, like Grim. Like my little man right here, Grim. What if I turn him into a coloring sheet and you guys could fucking Day of the Dead a skull however you want and make your own versions? And I could just make them run around on screen and be little menaces.
You guys better make me look beautiful as fuck if you color me.
Color me. He's got such a cute little voice. What if I changed his voice, like, without warning y'all? Is he a Grim like in Ruby? No. I actually completely forgot Ruby had Grims when I made him. If you want me to be completely honest, I hadn't watched Ruby in like 8 years. I completely forgot that they were named that. I forgot how similar they looked. Thank you for the hydrate, guys. It's something I've been tossing around the idea of. Hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick.
You better not change my voice. I'll piss on your floor.
Why would you piss on my floor? I feel like that's unnecessary. Sir. Hold on. I'm looking at something real quick. 1 second. Remember when Rooster Teeth existed? That was like half a year ago? Yeah, and I hadn't watched them in forever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Color sheet Grim, please. Alright, I'll work on it. Let's see. Hold on, I'm double checking something real quick. Do 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 do.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Grim, shut up! Can we get a color sheet tragedy too for funsies? Maybe. Yeah, Monty's passing. Yeah, I watched season 1. I really loved it, and then season 2, I was kind of like, oh, it's okay. Graham, hold on, buddy. I'm trying to fucking fix this. Give me 1 second, Graham.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Shut up. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Oh my god. Viz owns it? Does it really? Can we please get those as redeems? I'm working on it. I'm actually working on an entire soundboard that you guys can do with Grim. I have to get it to work. So don't worry, those will be things that you guys will be able to do with him in the near future. I've just been kind of goofing around. The software that I use is newer, and not that many people use it, and so it doesn't have a whole lot of like walkthroughs. So I have to actually like talk to the guy who made it to get help on things, and I just haven't had a chance to reach out to him yet. Hey Graham. Hey Graham, can you say hi?
Hi.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh goodness. Someone hijacked the show after his passing? Oh, I hadn't heard about that. I remember being really sad when he passed, though. I'd like to finish up these last couple small quests before I start doing the big quest, so that they don't start to stack up, because they will start—
Why do you treat me as your puppet?
I hate that! I hate that! I hate that voice! Hold on. I can't stand that voice, actually. Okay. Grim, I'm so sorry, buddy. That voice fucking sucks. Sorry, bro. How do doctors doing a routine check on him not know what he's allergic to? I didn't know that that's how he died. I don't think I recall how he died. I just remember hearing that he passed and being like really sad about it. Is that just a normal crap? What the fuck are you? Oh, it's a water bug. Of fucking course it is. Once again, no pink shell. Fuck me, dude. Alright. That's the fucking worst, though. But yeah, no, I did really enjoy the first season of RWBY, but if you want to be honest, it's been 8 years since I've watched it, and I don't really remember much about it. And so when I was making Grimm, I was actually basing him off of Irish folklore.
Did you fix my voice?
No, he's British now. You're British now, bud. You're from the UK, little man. How's it feel? I feel like he's about to lose his fucking shit. Oh, those are grapes? Hold on. Oh! I didn't know wild grapes were an option. Alright, excuse me. Such a regal voice. He went in for a routine checkup and the doctors gave him something he was allergic to. What the fuck? That happened to my cousin. The doctors gave her something that she was allergic to, and it caused like actual like heart failure, and she had to have like heart
Why
bypass
would you
surgery.
curse me with this British ass voice? Fucking colonizer in it.
I mean, it's either this or sound like baby. I mean, what, you want to sound like baby? Is that what you want? Here. Now you're Welsh. Enjoy. Sorry. Now you're Welsh. Enjoy is a crazy sentence. What does baby sound like? Yeah, it sounds like baby. That's how it normally sounds. To me, that sounds like baby. Shoot your shit at me. Do it.
Is MILF voice an option?
Is MILF voice an option? I guess you are a genderless fucking menace. Try Amy. Does Amy sound good?
Do I sound sexy, chat?
Wait, is that Zentrea's voice? Wait!
Jesus fucking Christ, you're already in summer?
Yeah, I am. I think we just accidentally made Grimm sound very similar to Zentrea. It's not her voice exactly, but it is similar enough that it's kind of horrifying to me. But I also played the other night. Keep it like this? This is the voice? Oh boy. I let chat pick the voice and here we are. Now Grimm sounds like vaguely like a woman. Which is crazy, because Grimm's male design does not look like a woman. His human design does not look like a woman. But also, hi Ducky, hi!
Am I a pretty woman? Oh.
Am I a pretty woman? Yeah. Yeah, you sure are, bud. Look, Ducky, you're gonna be so mad at me because I might be in summer. I don't have any farm animals yet. Not a single one. The only reason I'm getting them now is because a quest actually requires me to have them. And I need to complete that quest to, like, move on the story. But there are so many little side quests that I'm not, like, super worried about it. Honestly. I've just kind of been focusing on, doing the mainline quest.
Can we do ASMR with this new voice?
Yeah, sure, go for it. Special guesting Zin in the place of my little fucker. Ah, Jesus. What if I told you you all fucking suck? There we go. I'm just looking for one little bug. And I think a part of me is starting to realize I don't know where to find this fucking thing. Ow. There we go. Bleach's Yoruichi cat has a deep male voice. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot that Yoruichi as a cat has like the deepest male voice known to man. See, this is a fucking beetle, and that's not what I need. I don't need a beetle. I need a worm. Mama's looking for a worm. Where the fuck is my worm? Not again, Gore writing fish instead of say. Gore, come on now. You cannot compile your addictions like this. He's the worst. Gore's the fucking worst at this, guys. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Cherry smoothie! Nice!
Come chat. Give Mommy Grim your retirement.
Mommy Grim is wild! Oh my god. Mommy Grim is a wild statement that I don't think I ever want to hear again. You know, I'm looking for this fucked up worm, and I don't think it's here. That's all I have. Oh my god, thank you, Ducky, for the single bit. Love you. You're great. Anyways, I need to get crystals, so I guess I'll start doing that. There we go. I don't remember how many she needs.
Would you
5.
prefer Grimmy or Grammy?
Grimmy or Grammy? Both make you sound like a grandmother, so neither? You want me to be blatantly honest? Both are awful, so neither, please and thanks. Need to upgrade this whack-ass pickaxe.
Grimerino it is.
Grimerino? That just sounds gross. Fucking Grimerino. Can you die, you
What about Grill?
Grilf? The Gorilla MILF. It's a MILF that's also known as Gorilla Despina. Oh, fuck me. Gorilla Despina. Oh, I missed. It's like playing baseball, except for the fact that I'm no good at baseball. Huck a loogie at me, baby! Well, he's just fucked back there now. Huck a loogie at me, baby! Ow, that actually hurt. Bitch. God, fuck me. Ah! Okay. It's time to go home. Doop. Alright, let's see. Sup! Alright. Fucking firefly? Dope. Alright, we're gonna make a couple of these.
I think I like my new MILF dog arc. I think it will bring in all the Twitter goons.
Alright, just because you said that, I'm changing your voice back to baby. You're taking it too far. You're about to go back to baby, sir. Get ready to be baby moded. Oh shit, I didn't touch the town today. Tea? The fuck do I get tea from? Like, that's straight up like a tea leaf. Do I grow that? I am unsure.
I'm baby.
You're about to be baby. Alright, you're baby now. Sucks. Sucks, you got baby moded. Little piece of shit. Little man got baby moded.
Babies are stinky.
Oh, wait, no, that turned you into a grown-ass man. Wait. I baby moded too close to the sun. I think that one.
Hi.
Alright, there you go. You're baby moded now. That was on me, I should have checked. I got too many rocks, team.
Chat, please vote for which voice. Don't allow the tyrant to decide.
The tyrant? I am your mother. Fuck you.
Chat, I am a simple child. Please give me your mom's credit card and the 3 funky numbers on
God
the
damn
back.
it, Graham! Stop asking bitches for their fucking mom's credit cards! How many times are we gonna do this? God, I'm stacking up on fucking requests. I did not want to be. This is the worst. No more mommy voice because Grim was abusing it, so I had to fucking rearrange his vocal cords. Make him behave. Speaking of making him behave, why is my dog losing his mind? Shovel. I guess. Bum 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 bum. I guess I could make more armor. I don't really have much going on in ways of armor. Let's do the watering can. Since when did the dog become y'all's manager? What happened here? How did this happen to me? Okay, oh my god. Bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum. Alright. Since we unionized, when did y'all unionize? When did this happen? How did I miss this? Oh, I need to grab a worm. Right, I forgot. I do have a worm, right? Okay, good. I thought I had a worm. The Milk Wizard was very convincing. How the fuck did the Milk Wizard convince you to unionize somewhere he has no fucking, he has no fucking hold in? My bra is cutting off circulation to my big fat tits. Actually, where is that winch? It's not even here. Neither is the seashell I need. Great. Why is my dog losing his shit? Gore, if you need to bring him back here, you can. I just realized because the cats are out together and he fucking hates that. Grab some more sage. He's actually very charismatic. We'll see. We'll see. That dumb little funky dog might be coming back here to spend some time with us. Since he's forgotten how to fucking act. Ba 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 ba. Ba na 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 water chestnuts.
I for one think the Milk Wizard could be president.
That's on you. Gore, do you need to bring Merlin back here? Because he's being horribly loud. We don't take what Grim says into consideration in this house. Grim has bad taste. Nah, one of the cats got put up. Was it Marcy? Because I feel like Marcy would happily get put up. You've played the Mass Effect trilogy, right? I have not, no. I did buy them recently, so that I could play them because Gore really wanted me to play them on stream. So I do own them, but I have never actually played them myself. Oh, Nova got put up? Oh, that's not gonna last long. Yeah, Gore wants me to play them on stream at some point, so he bought them for me on Steam when they were on sale. Oh yeah, it was Dragon Age. I thought I bought Mass Effect too. I know we bought Dragon Age. I could have sworn we also bought Mass Effect. Maybe we didn't. Okay, she's in the restaurant. You have Mass Effect, though, anyways, so I could just hook up the console. Yo, lady, where's your grandma? Says she's in here. Where is she? Yeah, whatever we bought was on sale. I don't even remember anymore. But yeah, I was gonna say, you already own Mass Effect though, so. It says Grandma's in here, but I don't see her when I go in there. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. 3 kids. Oh, that's not Grandma. That's this little fucking bitch. Oh my god. Where in the hell is Grandma? I do know Peach has an ass effect. My ass is in effect at all times. I played my ass in attack mode. That's the name of the Mass Effect porn stuff. Is it really? Don't ask me how I know! Gore, I think we know how you know. I think we already know. Who are you looking for? That man? Weird lizard scaly man? Oh my god, she's back on the fucking beach. Kill me. I'm gonna spend all fucking day chasing this hoe around. Actually, I guess while I'm up here, I'm gonna buy the blueprint for the... I need eggs and cheese, so I guess we'll start with chickens. I don't know, whichever one's cheaper. Shit! I don't need this fucking snail. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't realize the blueprint meant they were just going to put the whole building in my pocket. Shit. I found a sword! I found a sword! I'm sure nobody's nervous about me running around with a sword above my head. Or what's the name of the character from Mass Effect that you really like? Gaius, or whatever the fuck? Is that why you were looking at Mass Effect porn? You wanted to see alien dick? Garrus. All I know is that Gore had that man as his profile picture for so many years, and every single time I saw it, I thought it was Optimus Prime wearing a swag hat. I shit you not. Morning, sis. He's a good guy. I'm sure he is. All right. The ultimate homie. I always thought he was fucking... Not fucking like having sex with, but like fucking as in like I just like to drop the word fucking in there. I always thought he was Optimus Prime until Gore showed me like a better, cleaner photo of him. And then I was like, oh, not Optimus Prime. Could be though. If he really wanted to be. I've got like kind of two separate places I keep all my food right now. It's not really ideal, but... Okay, real quick, chat. While my menu's up, I'm gonna look something up real quick, because I saved something for myself for later. More bookmarks. Layout. Alright, so how do they do that? They got the grass there. Okay, so they put it... There's like a gate there. Ah, okay, okay, I see. I see. Okay. We're gonna open image in new tab, and then we're gonna drag this tab over here so I can keep an eye on it. Sorry, chat. I've got a specific farm layout I'm going for here that I bookmarked for myself to kind of have. So I'm kind of being a little dramatic. Okay, so they have it placed right here. Yeah, so they have theirs. Oh, right, I can't do that because I need to, get the fucking grass out of the way. There we go. Is that where theirs is? Yeah, that's like exactly where theirs is. Very nice. Okay, what do I need for that? Wood and stone. On it. No, baby. No, this game does not have multiplayer yet. The game's not finished, so there's no multiplayer available currently. I've heard that they would like there to be multiplayer later on down the line when it is finished. But right now it does not. Okay, alright, this is gonna be chicken. This is gonna be Club Chick. Hell yeah. Everybody welcome Club Chick. It's a club for chicks. Any and all chicks are allowed. Does Stardew have native multiplayer? No, it does now. Stardew does have native multiplayer now. Oh, nice. Oh, they have a little cell box in the coop? That's so nice, actually. That it has a little sailbox in the coop. Okay, so they also sell a black version of the coop, a black and white version. I prefer a traditional, like, red barn. That's just a personal preference, however. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and lay out some food. We don't have anybody here yet, but for when we do later on. I want them to feel like they are welcomed. But yeah, no, it's in base game Stardew now. They implemented it recently, like fucking 4 or 5 years ago. What is that? Boom. Today's Nora's birthday. Alright, what does Nora like, chat? Let's see, before we even leave the house, let's find what Nora likes. Nora likes cherry cobbler, peaches and cream, pumpkin stew, roasted sweet potato. Okay. Let's see. What can I make for her? Absolutely nothing. It's a wild berries and cream. I need more berries and more milk. What is this? Tuna sashimi? How does she feel about tuna sashimi? Does not care for it. Simmered broccoli? I can make roasted corn. Oh, I have to go grab it out of my chest. Does she like roasted corn? Grilled corn? She does like grilled corn. Then I will grab some... It's not in this chest. There it is. Corn! Oh. I need a level 2 what? Cooking level? Well, shit. There we go. Now I'm level 2. What's my goal currently? I'm just working on completing my quests right now. Is really it. And making my farm look nice. But those are really the only two things I'm like really focused on, is completing as many quests as possible. And making my farm look nice. We actually need to go buy a chicken. I don't know how expensive chickens are, but I think my favorite thing about this game is that you can buy things even if the shopkeepers aren't here. You can just walk up to their little menu. Oh, they're 1,000? Okay. Daycare? Heart-shaped cow treat. Heart-shaped chicken treat. Oh! Yellow chicken bow. Cowboy hat! Oh my god. Animal seesaw? Chat. I'm so fucked. I forgot I could put hats on them. It's very realistic for a small town like this, just have a leave the money on the counter kind of system. Yeah, it is. I like it though. I wish Stardew would have that instead of expecting me to remember what times everybody's gonna be at their fucking place. Oh, here you go, Gore. The sun feels so good. I wish I could put this weather in the bottle and save it for winter. Buy things with store owners are around. Ma'am, that's stealing. No, it's not, because I leave the money on the counter because I like these people. There you go, Gore. Gore pointed out, actually, that right here, it's like a pixel darker, as if it's a bit of a nip slip. Like, as if it's a bit of, like, areola. And I was like, that's crazy. That, one, that you noticed that. And two, that that's the way it is. I got fucking seaweed. There he goes, barking again. She is so mother. Oh my god. I cannot believe you just said that. I'm shaming you publicly. Ooh. I am publicly shaming you for calling this old hag mother. Oh my god. Alright, well, I've been having... I literally saw a pink seashell, and I got it, and then I sold it, and then the day after I got the pink seashell quest, and I've not seen another one. Kinda makes me want to die. Kinda hate it. The fuck is that? Dill, okay. She could be a grandmother if you prefer. I just got a pink Esper. I'm jealous. Hey, yup. Hey, yup. I also need to get tea, and I haven't seen any wild tea anywhere, so maybe I should... Maybe I have to buy some and grow it? Hmm. Alright. Well, let's go give this gift. And we gotta get more seashells, or more, crystals, so we'll go do that. I still haven't found that fucking bug, either. I could've sworn I've caught that bug before. Pesh? Pesh? Pesh. What's up, Queen? Happy birthday, Nora! If it wasn't for me, Ulrich wouldn't eat any vegetables. He'd have hard-boiled eggs for every meal. He's probably eating a hard-boiled egg right now. Your brother's so fucking weird. Clefairy or Sinisty? Clefairy. Oh, a pond skater. I see those all the time. Now that I've said that, I'm not gonna see another one for like 5 moons. Bum ba da bum ba da bum. It wasn't even what I was hunting. I know. It never is. Peach sapling, pear sapling, cosmo seed, tea seeds. Okay, we'll just buy 2 of those. Thank you. How long do these take to grow, actually? I bought these and I didn't even look. Takes 5 days to reach maturity. Yeah, it should grow at least once. If I stay diligent. I don't know how I fucking neglected to, buy that early in, but I guess I did somehow. Oh, it's because I upgraded everything halfway through the season. That's how. I goofed it. I took her to my friend house, to my penthouse, and I freaked it. Ugh. God damn it, chat. I took her to my penthouse and I freaked it. Chat, I haven't made my mind up. Should I keep it? What if instead of Fields of Mistria, it was Freaks of Mistria, and instead of planting seeds, you suck toes? I feel like you asked me this last time I played, too. And I still don't have an answer for you, embarrassingly enough.
I too heard in my penthouse and I freaked it.
Audio-only ads or jump scares? Jesus, what the fuck? Twitch has audio-only ads now? Somebody give Gans a fucking sub. So he doesn't have to suffer. You know, it would help if you, Graham, if you pronounce the k at the end of took. Because now it just sounds like you said, I also got freaked in the penthouse, and I don't know how I feel about you being freaked in the penthouse, little man. I just want you to be safe. That's 3. Damn. They've had audio-only ads for a few months? That's horrifying, actually.
No. I keep getting freaky for the dog house.
When Grim brings bitches home, they just go with him into the doghouse. Alright, What, are you gonna shoot at me? Bitch. Bitch. Do it again. Bitch. What if I told you not to do that? Stop it. Stop it. You're stuck in a crevice, you dumb bitch. Oh, you gonna shoot at me? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Sorry, Chad, I have some anger issues about these little fuckers. Alright. I'm hunting the pink Oricoko. Oh, interesting. Oricorio. Hi, King. How are you? I took her to my penthouse and I freaked it. Thank you for the bark and the pet. Arf. I haven't made my mind up. Should I keep it? I got big dog status. It ain't no secret. La-di-da-di-da. Slob on my nap. Pass me some shit. Put me in the car. La-di-da-di-da. Motherfucking cheaty cheaty bang. Better everything. Bitch, I'm on a roll and I keep it on
Big
the
dog,
dime.
big
Hey.
nuts.
Big dog, big nuts! What the fuck? A part of me was like, hell yeah! And then I was like, wait, what? Big dog did what to my nuts? Oh, they just lock you in here. That's 4. I just need 5. Fuck you. Come here. Shoot your shit at me. Do it. Pussy. 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 You also need to stop. That shit's whack. Alright, I just need crystals. That's all I'm in here for is fucking crystals.
Fast cars. Fast broads. Egotistic. Born ballistic. My god.
My
Born
god.
a warrior. Looking for euphoria.
Sorry, something about Grim being like, my god, is really funny to me, and I don't know why. It's a quote from GTA 5. Oh, I've never played. Egotistic, born ballistic, why god, for euphoria. Looking for euphoria. Where's my girl? Oh, she's in the pub. Alright. She's sipping bottles in the pub on the weekend. We're gonna go this way, actually. Got your old girl looking fly for no reason. She's got the club going up on the weekend. It's not Friday, is it? Wait, where the fuck? Ah, shit, she's not in here. I got confused by the twink. Where is she? She's nowhere to be seen. It will have to wait. Oh god, she's at the fucking she's at the fucking bitches. She's at the fucking bitches fucking shit. Oh yeah, sorry, there's no music playing. It's just me running around. She's at fucking Hayden's. Hayden! If you two are fucking, I wanna watch! You
I
bitch!
just fucked this model, and she just bleached her asshole. And I get bleach on my t-shirt. I'ma feel like an asshole.
That's crazy. If I get bleach on my t-shirt, then I'ma feel like an asshole. Cause I was high when I met her. Have your crystals. I'm halfway tempted to send you back down for more. Don't. What's better than a day at a beach? Dinner with friends, that's what. Friend, singular. That would be you, Hayden. Please ask that one to pass the pepper. Oh, he's having dinner with 2 gilfs. Alright. He's having dinner with gilfs. This one heard you just fine. Here's the pepper. Now are you going to share that wine or drink it all on your own? They're getting on well, aren't they, Peach? Henrietta clucks to herself. She seems unconvinced. Oh, hey Henrietta, I forgot you were here. What's up, Queen? A threesome? Perhaps. Alright, well, my quests are not going down as quickly as I was hoping, because this deep earthworm... I usually see pond skaters all the time. And I have yet to see one today. Are Valen and Junie? Yes. I don't know what you're about to ask, but the answer's probably yes. Also, don't ask about my weird setup in here. I haven't changed anything yet. I'll make the house look nice. We're just busy with other shit. Alright, well... Today's gonna be a bug catching day, I guess. Because, I need to catch some bugs. Oh, I got some tomatoes. That's nice. We'll hold on to these, because actually we don't have any. So it won't hurt to hold on to these for now. I'm gonna need to build another chest here soon enough. I haven't talked to you in a minute. How's it going, bud? Cooking? I can't say it's something I have much experience with outside of fire roasting. You know what? That's fair, buddy. I don't think there's gonna be water skaters today. I don't think there's gonna be pond skeeters today, chat. I don't think the skeeter's gonna be out today, chat. I think the weather has them skeeters scared. I don't think they're gonna be out today. Well, I wanted to bug hunt, but it's raining. God damn it. A feather pendant. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Let's see, maybe we'll find our seashell today. I don't have high hopes, but maybe. Nope, that's a clam. God damn it. That's a fucking hermit crab. Shit! Just wanted something nice for once. Hey, fishy fishy. Y'all got a pink seashell over here? Nope. Got whatever the fuck that is, though. Here, fishy fishy fishy. Here, fishy fishy. You got anything mama wants? Like, perhaps, a pink seashell? Hello? There anybody out here? I know there's another island if I keep going straight, but I'm not looking for another island. It don't got seashells on it. Why do I give a damn? All it's got is oregano. Oregano? Hello? Hello? Oh boy. I'm chasing off all the fishies. Well, damn. Ain't got a single thing I need. Well, shit. Wait a minute. Live it how you live it. 10 toes down, fuck that. That's the business. I'm a hot stepper. Certified rapper. I play the game all the hard, nothing lesser. Oh, let me see what this is. Ooh, a rusted shield. Excuse me, old man. Got some shit to donate. Have a good one. Excuse me, old man. I'm looking for water skaters. Hi, Morrison. How are you? I'm trying to find a water skeeter. Hi, March. My swing is poetry in motion. Your poetry in motion, baby. Where the fuck is the water skeeters? I'm desperately looking for a water skeeter. Rooster feathers. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy one of those. I don't have any roosters right now. Oh, you bitch. You were selling them yesterday. Not today, though. Playing the 100 baby challenge again. How's it going? How's it going? I don't think the water skeeters show up when it rains. I know they don't IRL, but I don't know how accurate this game is. Where's my dive? There it is. Wow, I love finding grass in the water. So fucking cool. Have you checked the water for them water skeeters? I'm trying. I ain't finding shit. Make my life miserable with custom rules. I mean, you can just make it stop. Where in the hell? I literally just saw a water skeeter earlier and I was like, I should catch that guy. And then I was like, nah, I don't have enough space in my inventory, so I'll leave it be. Don't I feel stupid? Give me something cool. I'll take it. Thank you, dragon statue. What does autism have to do with it? What? Oh! Oh, it's basil. I was hoping it would be tea. It's not tea. Hmm. Do 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 do. Shit, that hill's too high. Yeah, at some point this is gonna open. I don't know when, though. Man, I love when whole days go by and I don't complete a single task. It really makes me feel good about myself. Fuck. Shit. God, that's the worst, actually. Got a surf beetle. Oh, I haven't taken this guy to the museum yet? What the fuck? Why is he just sitting in there then? Sandbug, redhead worm, magma beetle, dragonfly, sea scarab. I've got a normal shell. And I guess now a clam. Tunnel millipede, jewel beetle. Damn. Basil. Just gonna plant that, because why the fuck not? I'm gonna trade these out. A lamp? A lamp? Oh! It is indeed a lamp. That's very cute. Well, fuck. Make a picket fence. Kind of cute. That's pretty cute. God damn it. I guess I might as well just fucking finish this. Or I could fish. Bonk. Wow. What the fuck are you? You're huge. A tarpon. Smallmouth bass. Let's see. Sweet fish. I don't really fish much in this game. I should probably start though. I should probably start holding on to at least one of every fish too. Alright. Well, I guess off to bed since we didn't actually complete anything today. I hate wasting days. I mean, I guess we turned in some stuff to the museum, but it's not a lot. Today's Maple's birthday. Oh god, what is Maple like? What is Maple like? What is Maple like? What is Maple like? Where's Maple? Where's Maple? Maple likes the ancient horn circlet. Ooh. I might be able to find one of those today, actually. Alright, Maple, I hear you. Okay. Let's see if I can find a circlet today. If not, I'll get her something else, but bum ba dum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba bum bum. Probably anything that'll make her feel pretty she'd like, but ba dum ba dum bum. That's a seashell, but it's not the one I need. Blue conch. I don't want a blue conch. What the fuck are you? Sand beetle? Sand bug, yeah. This is the worst, chat. Giving me conchs. I don't want conchs. I don't want conchs. I want fucking seashells. Pink, specifically. I don't want conchs. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum bum. Kong? Like the dog toy? No, Kong. Conch. Whatever the fuck they're pronounced.
I'll take some Kongs.
Sure you would. Graham, I'm sure you would. Wow, usually I get a million of these fucking bitches, but today, nope.
Hey Peach, what's your favorite Kong filling?
Peanut butter. Or Nutella. Nutella's pretty good. Hold on, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Okay, Middle Miss Monarch Butterfly, Mont Blanc, Stone
Isn't Nutella deadly to dogs?
If you're weak. She likes the blue conch. Okay, we're good. She likes the blue conch. We'll give her the blue conch. We're giving this little girl some conch, chat. Peach wants the death Kong. Look, it's delicious. Would you not also want the death Kong? Nah, it's a sword.
So you're saying it's in fact deadly to you?
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I don't think I can die, so... Is it really deadly if you're not capable of dying?
Bet?
Bet. Where the fuck is this kid? Alright, she's not at the playground. Good. Good, she's at the playground where all kids should be. Are y'all hiding? Happy birthday, Maple! Alright. Hey, it's one of those sound-only ads. I fucking hate that for y'all. I'm so sorry. Sup, Queen? Yes, Queen Slay! Basil and thyme for an herb salad. I can absolutely do that for you, Queen. What the fuck is this?
I also like peanut butter.
Peanut butter's a good choice. Peas? Tea. Alright. I know I just spent more money than I should have on the tea, considering I'm growing tea, but it's fine. I'm back from ads. I'm so happy to see you. Okay. I need basil? Is that what I need? Oh, let's sell some of this shit real quick. What kind of peanut butter? What do you mean? Are there different types of peanut butter? Boop, boop. Basil. Yeah, I need one basil. That's sage.
I can be a sound-only ad. Don't worry, chat. Subscribe to CyberPeach Girl on Twitch.tv or I will find you. Subscribe to CyberPeach Girl on Twitch.tv or I will find you.
Or I will find
Subscribe
you.
to
So funny.
CyberPeach Girl on Twitch.tv or I will find you.
Sorry. Ducky stole your thunder there, Gore. Where's the doctor at? Oh, she's up in the gazebo. Okay. Crunchy, smooth, fuck crunchy peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter is fucking disgusting. I don't like peanuts, though.
Smooth peanut butter only. Crunchy peanut butter is only for Satan.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one. Here's some tea. And, here's some herbs.
What's the tea, sis?
That's a very attractive older woman. That's the only tea. Smooth is nice. Smooth is the only way. If you eat it crunchy, I fucking think you're the devil. Come back to fucking take me out. Alright, well, 2 quests done is not that bad. If I can find a fucking skeeter, then it'd be 3 quests done, and that'd
Chat,
be really nice.
do you think that woman is more of a MILF than Peach? Vote
Yeah.
on your phones now.
But the answer is yes. I don't feel like that needed to be voted on. Oh, drinking horn.
Peach deserves to be #1. Chat, we are trying to make Peach blow up like the Challenger space shuttle.
No! Grim, you can't say that! I think people died when that happened. You can't say that! What the fuck? Bro. You're about to lose, like, speech privileges. Dude, what the fuck? There you are. Come here, bitch. Got you. Who had that
I skate on my pond until I err.
Skate on my pond until I err is wild. Alright, kiddo. Headed back to the kids. Are they still playing? Oh no, they're all just kind of loitering. Ah. Thank you for the grilled cheese. Preesh. Let me go turn all this shit into the museum.
Alright, time to crack open a cold one.
We'll crack open a cold one with the boys in a minute, Graham. I gotta go to the museum real quick and drop this shit off before I forget about it. I stopped what I was doing just to confirm what I just heard. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Gore is gonna turn Peach into
you do not
Leica.
understand.
Alcohol is also bad for dogs. Hey, fish stew. Yum yum. What the fuck is this? Beekeeper shirt. Yay, yippee.
Peach shall join Leica in the stars.
No! I don't want to be Leica! Though, fun fact, my original VTuber design was based off Leica. It was a space dog. So I came really close to being Leica. I can't do that again. My eye itches. Alright, what's cracking, gang?
Then why do they make buzzballs? Balls are for dogs.
You know what? That's a good point. You make a really good point. Never mind. Buzzballs for everyone. Hold on. Graham, you want a buzzball, bud? What flavor? Hold on. What flavor buzzball you want, buddy? What flavor buzzball you want, bud?
Chocolate.
Chocolate! Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on, buddy. I'll get you a buzzball.
Peach balls.
Peach balls. I don't think those exist. Are you sure you don't want, like, forbidden apple? Or watermelon smash? Or strawberry
Yes,
Rita?
they fucking do.
Or tequila Rita? Or berry cherry limeade? Or cran blaster? Chili mango? Horchata? Cookie mookie?
Look up peach balls, you whore.
Cookie nookie? Oh, there it is. Peach balls. Yeah, no, you're so right. They do make peach balls. Alright, fine. Peach balls it is. Whatever. Fine.
I can't believe you called me a fucking liar.
I did. I did. Alright, here's your peach balls, Burrow. There you go, buddy. There you go, bud. Enjoy your buzz balls. There you go, bud. Thanks for bringing all that mint by earlier this week. I'm overrun with mint this year. Hayden called it a bumper crop. I bought more. Take it. Nice. I can pretty up drinks with the fresh stuff, and, well, there are mint gimlets all around. Give them a go. Oh, it's so cute and green, and it tastes so minty and herby. And fresh and limey. Hemlock used to mix me one of these after a long, hot day in the mines. Oh, happy days. No matter the time of year, this is the taste of summer. This man's shirt is about to burst. It's virgin to burst. It's about to bust. It's so refreshing. This drink and I were meant to be together. Go to fucking hell. Thanks to Celine, I've got it bottled up behind the counter now, so come back for the taste of summer anytime. You too, Peach. Mint Gimlet.
Errol is kinda gilf.
Errol is kinda gilf, I can agree. Tomorrow's the Saturday market. Maybe I'll see Lady Adeline around. She's literally right here, babes. Feels like summer just started, and now it's almost over. When I was Maple's age, summer felt so much longer. God, you're so right. Maple and Luke were so cute this morning. I'm such a lucky big sister. Aw. Wow, I've never seen a sea scarab before, but the one at the museum. I wonder why its carapace is that pretty blue color. Is it trying to impress someone? Well, I'm impressed. Alright, what's cracking over here? It's about to bust and so will I. Yep. I'm the model this week. You might be wondering how I can hold this pose for so long. Oh, because it's summer, his tan's evened out. I just noticed that. He had a farmer's tan, but because it's summer, it's like completely evened out. That's really cute. Between you and me, my back seized up 10 minutes ago and now I'm stuck like this. Oh my god, this fucking old man. This old man needs his dick sucked. I heard that, and I will take a look when we're done here. But for now, why don't we peek at everyone's drawings? I like Landon's. You can see his carpenter's hand in it. Is it all those years of technical drawing, Landon? You got me, lady. In case you were wondering, a clean line is all in the shoulder, which I can see you've taken to heart, March. Big improvement. Thanks. I mean, it's only natural, right? And speaking of natural, Valen, your drawings are something else. Oh, thank you, March. I was just thinking that Elise's portraits were so striking. She really draws out the charm points of her subjects. Are my pecs really that big? Did you do some drawing down on the farm, big guy? The baby animals in your sketchbook are way cute. I wanted a memento from when they're tiny. These drawings are nothing special. Not as special as I'd like. Now, can someone get some ice for my back? Damn. Attention to details. I love attention to details. Your ragtag group has traveled 3 floors up the Blood Tower, inexplicably befriending every monster along the way. In fact, I don't think you've fought anyone? It's because we're on a journey of knowledge. No, it's because I like making friends with all the cool monsters. They told me I'm half elf, half dragon, half knight, and secretly half unicorn. You might be the most magical creature of them all, Brightclaw, but your ma is an elf, so was your pa some kind of dragon unicorn knight? Fascinating question. I'll roll for scholarly insight and draconic knowledge. Ah, rats. A 3. Well, let's inquire with Brightclaw's mother. Grimblade? I suppose I can ask. Holt, are you a dragon unicorn knight? Whatever you say, honey. I love that they've dragged the kids into D&D. Alright, what are the old ladies up here talking to? Ahoy there, Peach. Help me answer Juniper's strange question. It's a perfectly normal thing to wonder about. Who in Mistria would make the best frog? March would run through all his energy trying to jump higher than the other frogs. Landon would croak up a storm and drive the rest off. What about Rias? He seems the type to be content with the simple life. He's a city boy, Juniper. No frogs in the city. Surely you've got some thoughts, Peach? Who do you think would make the best frog? Between Juniper and Ulrich? Yeah, I'm gonna say Juniper. I think Juniper would be a banger frog. I'm the best magical creature? I didn't even know I was a magical creature, but thank you. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Peach. Now, I think you'd make an adorable little frog. One of those poisonous ones. Besides, we all know the real answer. It has to be Errol. Have you seen that man's legs in a bathing suit? I haven't had enough wine for this conversation. Old lady hitting on old man. Older lady goes, I don't want to fucking talk about this, actually. I've just decided.
I haven't had enough buzzball for this stream.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Nothing wild's even happening. Are we just being pussy behavior for no reason? Ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm just gonna put all my food in here for now. I don't really have anywhere else to put it.
We can make the stream wild.
What do you mean? What if I don't want that? What if I just want a normal stream? What if I just want to hang out? What if I just want to suck cat?
We can make the stream freaky.
I don't want a freaky stream. I just want to chill. Bunny doesn't feel good, and I'm just trying to chill. Speaking of Gore, has she started pulling on her ear again? Pike! No? Okay. Can you check and see if,
Comfy streams are for pussies.
Thanks. She is fussy, though. Yeah, she's been really fussy today. Can you check and see if, one of her ears still has a lot of, like, earwax coming out of it? I need to call the doctor in the morning and have her appointment switched tomorrow if I can. She's been mad fussy lately and we're not sure why. I think she has an ear infection. Well. Back to Betty Bye for me. Let's see. The fuck? What the cricket? Her ear looks normal currently. Did you check both of them? Do they look the same? Cause I just realized I haven't even told you which ear it is. Okay. Yippee! Saturday market. Saturday market. It's time to finger my butthole. Saturday market. Saturday market. It's time to finger your butthole. Saturday market. Saturday market. It's time to finger your butthole.
I do not have enough buzzball for this stream.
Finger your butthole, little one. It'll fix all your. It'll fix all that ails you. Finger your butthole. It'll fix all that ails you. Finger your butthole.
That sounds like something I'd hear on TikTok.
That fingering your butthole will cure you? Maybe.
Freaky stream. Freaky stream.
It's not that freaky. I think you're just being dramatic. Fuck off, fish. Alright. Every time I see pink, I get excited. And it's never what I need. You're not what I need either, but I'll take you. I feel like stream isn't even that freaky. I feel like I'm actually being very, like, well-behaved today. Because I'm, like, so low energy. I don't know why I'm so low energy, but I am. I guess I'll drop off this cricket while I'm here. Hey, yo! Take my cricket! Damn. Nice. Beekeeper pants! The fuck is that? An emerald? It's kinda cool. think I already had one of those, but it's still kind of sick. Ba-na-na-na. Alright, it's market time, baby. Before we get started on the market. Oh, nice. Mistria wall map. You can see your house from here. Okay, cool. Oh my god. Fucking thing's huge. Hey, I got something for you. There you go. Wanna have Vera do something about your hair? Fuck you. I think my hair looks really nice. Dick. Alright, what outfits we got? Oversized tee. I love the gay hat. The gay hat's so good. I'm kind of waiting to buy all this stuff until like I'm kind of done with like what's important. Okay, let's see. Rooster feathers I get from the rooster. I need 4. Jesus. Where the fuck do I get a deep earthworm from? Deep earthworm. Bugs. Deep earthworm is in the deep earth. Oh. Well, shit. Really round rock? Yeah, I know he sells it. I have to check all the time. Really round rock is also, so that's level 40. Okay. So, this is in the mines, this is in the mines, but it's a rare item. These two I can buy if I don't find, which I'm not gonna get the rooster feathers anytime soon because of the fact that I don't own any chickens yet. I could go buy chickens. I have enough money for a chicken. Let's see. Yep, he's not selling what I need today, so let's go buy a chicken, and then we'll hit the mines, and we'll just focus on mining today, I think. Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Does it like go on a wall or is it like a floor? I'm not really sure. But either way, we're gonna take my food. Actually, we're not even gonna have to take that much food. Let's water the crops real quick before I forget. Watering your crops is very important, chat. Alright. Off. We're gonna buy a chicken and then we're off to the mines. I'm gonna start with a speckled chicken, I think. chickens. Spotted. Dolly. Named after Dolly Parton. Confirm. We're gonna put her in Club Chick. And there she goes. Beautiful. And we'll go meet her later tonight. Whenever we come home. We'll officially introduce ourselves then. Alright, alright, alright. Let's go fuck some bitches. And by fuck some bitches, I mean be in a cave severely underleveled. Oh, real quick. Before we go in. Buy all of that, so that way we are bought out. Alright, time to break as many stones as we can with the prayer. Actually, let's try and move down as much as we can. So that we can just make as quick of progress as possible. Real quick, I'm gonna grab this stone. Beautiful. Yeah, no, the faster we get to move down, the better it'll be for us whenever we're looking for things later on, because we can just teleport straight to the floor that we need to be on. Oh, glowing mushroom, that's new. Wow, fuck you. Oh, it brings me over here. Ah! Alright, there we go. Alright. Is that a fucking bug? Oh, crystalline cricket. Nice. Alright. What the fuck is this? Hi, Dog Ant! How are you? Yes! I found the rock! Alright, rock acquired. If I did nothing else right, I got the rock. Alright, I'm decent. Well, hey, decent's better than horrible, so I'll take it. Alright. So now I'm just looking for this fucking bug. If I can also find the bug today, I will nut. I don't think I'm gonna be able to also find the bug today, but if I can, that would be so good. That's a bug, not the one I'm looking for. Alright, nice. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Crystal berries. That's kind of cool. Where the fuck does this one take me? Oh, over here. Something new. What do I not need? Seriously square stone. Hell yeah. Ooh. Mushroom stool? That's sick. Okay. Trying to bully my brain into doing art, but I've been unsuccessful. Oh, that's the worst. Alright, we're gonna donate all of these. Not the rock, though. We'll get another stone for that, but... But that big roly boy... goes in here. Wait. Hey, March, where's your brother? Oh. He's still down there, okay. I didn't even notice. I kind of feel like a bit of an idiot, but it's fine. March went home early. Everybody else is still in here. Thank you. Alright. Nah, we'll just head home for the night. I was successful with one quest, so I'm happy. I need to start upgrading my shit, though. Brick floor? I don't think I want brick floor. Oh wait, don't I have more of that in here? No, I don't. Alright. Whew. We got 2 quests done today. That's good. Yes! Yes. I feel like a crazy person. I'm like, yes, 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 yes. Alright, what's going on today? Can't harvest my tea yet. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. I should... I don't have quite enough yet, so I'm gonna wait. Let's go check out our new chicken. Cute little thing. Oh my god, why did I pick him up? Oh my god, why does he hop around like that? I can just lift. That's crazy. Rename building. Ring bell. Come on outside, kiddo. Enjoy the beautiful air. Do not eat my crops. We will fight. I'm gonna put all of this in here for now since I only need one coop right now. Very nice. Good up, Dolly. She's so cute. The way she runs around the farm is adorable. Look at her go. She's adorable. Have a good one, little one. Can I eat a little of your crops as a treat? I mean, I guess. Oh, Gore, are you here still? Or are you off doing baby business? Would you mind giving Bunny a bath tonight? And just being careful about her ears. Once again, normal shell. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-bum, ba-dum. I'm gonna grab some coconuts to take home with me. I don't know why, it's just important. I don't really have much going on in the way of crops because it's the end of the season, but I mean, if you really want to eat my crops, I guess you can. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Well, I should head into town real quick and make sure I don't have anything for me on the board. I kind of just run around in here. I forget to check things sometimes, I think. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, let's see. Wooden fence, 5 of them? And I get 3 chicken eggs? I can do that. I'll do it tonight. But I can do that for you. Absolutely. Oh yeah, let me check, actually fuck it, I'll just do it right now and then bring it to him on the way back up. It's so hard for me to dedicate, like, a day to, like, go and do something because, like, there's a million other things that I want to do all at once. Shit. What the fuck? Duck egg. I was like, what the fuck is that? Nope, not what I need there. I wonder if anybody who also plays this game has, like, that problem. Where they're like, there's a million things I need to do. It's so hard for me to, like, remember what all needs to get done. Alright, I need wood. Excuse me. I need wood. I need to make 5 wood posts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. It can't be right there. What What the fuck can be right there then? Oh well. Alright. I got 9 of these bitches. I didn't mean to grab 9 of these bitches, but I have 9 of these bitches. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use 4 of them right here. Bum 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 ba bum ba 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 bum bum ba bum. Nice. Hayden. There you go, bud. Thank you for the chicken eggs. It's already 3 p.m. Oh my god. It is impossible to feel like you're getting a lot of shit done. Alright, little one. I'll give Bunny a bath. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bow, bow. I feel like I spend most of my time in this game just running around like a crazy person. I have a system of like daily things I like to do, but I think sometimes those daily things just can't get done. If I've got quests that I'm trying to finish. Alright. So what we're looking for here is either a ladder or a bug. Bet. I'm okay if I'm missing some stuff. Because like I said, I'm just looking for ladders and bugs. So... Oh, I don't have tinstone. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh no, I have tinstone. Hey, Queen. I guess I didn't really need the health, but you know. If you got it, might as well offer it, right? What the fuck is this? A rock root, huh? Alright. Oh, okay. I see. Can you move? Alright. I also need the money, so that's another reason why I'm kind of just running around in here doing this. go. Let's see. This is a little ridiculous. I just gotta get down one more floor. Just one? That's wild. Why is that rock shaking? I don't like it. Oh. Five, 3. Oh. Okay. We gotta get the fuck out of here. So. I found some new stuff though, so we'll go ahead and turn that in while we're here. And it's time to get the fuck home! Oh god, I gotta put this fucking chicken to bed too. Shit. Oh no. I forgot about the damn chicken. Dolly! Her name is Dolly after the great Dolly Parton. I would like it if you would love her the way you love me. Come on, dolls. Time to go to bed, kiddo. Off to bed with your little ass. Have a good one. Alright. Woo! Woo! Ugh. Ooh, that's close. Uh-oh. Oh god, it's Valen's birthday. Okay. Valen! What is Valen like? Deep sea soup. I could make deep sea soup, I think. Or vegetable soup? Hold on. Does she like summer salad? Herb salad? Seaweed salad? Spring salad. I don't have the recipe for summer salad. She also likes beet salad. I don't have the recipe for beet salad either. Sabid. Okay. Beet soup? I don't think I have beets. Oh, I've got deep sea soup though. I can make that for her. Oh, it needs to be 12? Uh-oh. Oh no, I need to be level 12 to make deep sea soup? How about a cucumber salad? I don't have cucumber salad either. Does she like herb salad? Oh, that need to be level 3 oven 30. Oh god. Okay. She likes seaweed salad. I figured she would. She gave me the I don't have what I need for that. Nettle. I have nettle. That's dill. I swear I have nettle somewhere. Alright. Hold on. It's the first of a new season, so we gotta organize. I know I've got Dale. Or Nettle. I don't. Do I not have Nettle? I've got tea with lemon. How does she feel about tea with lemon? She likes undersea weed. Okay, well, we'll bring her some undersea weed then. Jesus, this woman. Alright. We're gonna need that for the crops. First of the month is always the exploring day, by the way, chat. You explore, you try and find everything. Yu-Gi-Oh reference? I don't think so. Little bird! Alright. Come on, little one. Outside you get, little dude. Alright, so every season we get new insects. So we run around and we try and catch as much as we can. Hey Peach, what would you do if someone showed up with a Milk Wizard Twitch account? I would know it was you. Chestnuts. Because nobody else would do that. Oh, that's where the chestnuts came up out of the ground. Hey kiddo! Oh, that's Celine. Fascinating. Okay, hi! I love your singular bird. I know, she needs siblings. She's really cute, though. I want to name all my birds after, singers. Horseradish. Rosemary. Milk Wizard and the Milk Wizard are both already accounts. What? Hate that fact. Beach Hopper? Oh, I already had a Beach Hopper. Alright, I see how it is. Or Pilk Wizard? Oh my god. Is Nettle a Yu-Gi-Oh ref? I don't know. I know it's a plant. What are you? Viola. Pilk Wizard is not taken? Ah. Rosemary. 3 sound only ads. Fucking kill Twitch. Wilk Pizzard? Sorry, my body was like rejecting that statement. I don't know why, but my body was like, don't say that. You don't want to say that. Drink. Why do I feel sick to my fucking stomach right now? Wilk Pizzard is taken? How? I'm lying. Oh, well, you know. That'll do it. That's a praying mantis. I already have one of those. What about Leche Wizard? I hate everything about that. What's up? What's up? Finally, hot drink weather. I've been looking forward to it all year, too. Oh, blackberries. Nice. Can I make berries and cream with blackberries? I would like to. Anyways, it's gather all the new insects days. Oh, garlic, a shallot. Oh. Right. It's the first of the month. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Oh, it's a rug? Oh, that's so cute. Back from the ads. I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad you were free. I wish I could jump up the hills. I like that you can jump down them, but a part of me was like, I want to jump up them. Heather? What the fuck is Heather doing in my game? Fucking bitch. Take this fucking Heather. We're gonna trash these, by the way.
So when do we get to Peg March?
What? I haven't even been focusing on him, if you want to be honest. I've been trying to just get the game to a good place. I don't want to marry March and then neglect him because I'm busy, you know? That just feels wrong to me. I thought you meant March, like the month for pegging. God, his winter outfit is so hot! Oh, God. Peg March, Peg March, Peg March, Peg March. I didn't realize there'd be such a demand for knife sharpening. Maybe I can make some kind of sharpener people can use at home. Maybe you can. Is that a fucking sleeveless sweater on top of a button-up, a plaid button-up, with a fucking another button-up tied around your neck and a fanny
So
pack?
it's begging time now?
Yeah. Yeah, it might be. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Alright, what do we want? A moon fruit. I literally just had one and then I gave it away. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Hey, queen! Oh, your winter dress is very cute. Hey, queen! I'm just looking at everybody's fall outfits. Hey, king! I'm more hoping for treasure. Alright, greedy. Oh, rooster feather. I need 5 of those, though. We're just gonna hold off. If I only needed 1, I would have bought it, but I need 5. And I don't have the money for 5 and crops, so... we'll have to hold off for a minute. Freshwater oyster. Very nice. Sorry, my brain just fills in gaps when I read. It's not a very good way of reading, but... fuck, I just have all this new shit. I need to make another one of these, hold on. Party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Why is there porn of the character creation screen? What? Huh? There is? I forgot I don't need to actually grab my items. As long as they're on my farm, I can craft with them. Yes, please send it to me, because I'm curious. By the way, that's another fantastic part about this game. Is that, you don't have to, oh god. Can the grass get out of the fucking way? Oh, I can't put it that close? Alright, come here. I need to make another one of those. Nope, I want that. Okay. You too, Gore? I love Gores. I'm good. You have adopted an animal? What an interesting concept. And you built them their own home? How kind. He's so sweet. He said, wow. You're nice. Alright, real quick. Flower rug. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Okay. I sent it? Okay, hold on. I'm scared. Oh, thanks for spoiler warning it. Oh, it's character creation. Fascinating. Okay. I thought you meant like the opening screen, like the home screen. And I was like, how does that even work? Now that I see what you mean, I'm just fascinated. Because that wasn't at all what I thought you meant. Hey, Queen. Hey, King. Okay, now I'm interested. Send it to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll come back for the rest of these whenever we have the funds. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I dig it though. It's just not something I would have ever considered, so it kind of caught me off guard. Can I be real? Sure, fuck it, yeah. Kinda into it. See, I'm not into it personally, but the art's not bad, and it's not an awful idea. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm into it. It's chill. I thought it was cute. Yeah, it's kind of cute, honestly. It's unique. I dig that. Alright, where the fuck is Valen? She's in her office. Okay. Yeah, I could vibe to that. Like, it's not anything crazy. But it's not like anything awful either. Happy birthday, Queen. Happy birthday to you. Alright, let's go check out the forest before we go to bed. See what else there is in there to grab. What the fuck? Valen is so pretty. I didn't even look at her new outfit. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm just gathering. There's a comment? Oh no. From a user named Beer Drinker. You know, at least he knows what he is. It says, I will start playing Stardew Valley for the sole purpose of brewing beer. This isn't Stardew Valley! Somebody tell this man that this is not Stardew Valley! Oh no. Oh no, chat. The Gooner thinks this is Stardew Valley. Don't worry, the next comment told him. Good. Is that a fucking water skeeter? What kind of worm are you? An inchworm. Oh yeah, it is It's kind of a water skeeter? Come up this way. Can you get a little closer, or... Fuck. Oh yeah, that's just a pond skater. Okay. Sorry, I call them water skeeters because that's what they're called where I'm from. But I've only just realized how weird that probably sounds. Do you like Hayden? Yeah, I think Hayden's pretty cool. I just got a fucking cow halo. Sick. Yeah, no, I think Hayden's cool. I like him. He's chill. He's a little ditzy. I have great news for you. Sorry, the way you worded that was really funny. A cowkini? Oh my god. That is actually fucking feral. Can I get out? Can I get out? Apples! Hell yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about! Ooh. Alright, let's head back home. Because we got a chicken that needs to be put to bed. Okay, we need one of these. All of this can go in there. Yeah, the inchworm stays. This guy can go in there. Is there anything in here that I haven't turned in yet? I'll hold on to one of the apples then. Rosemary. Okay. And we'll hold on to the newt. Alright, let's go put this little chicken to bed. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a tree. Alright, come on, little one. Good night. I'm gonna put this cow halo in your box. Sleep well, little guy. But yeah, no, sorry, the cowkini is wild. What the fuck are you? Rhinoceros beetle. Huh. Alright, well, I gotta go to bed. God, my phone is blowing up. Jesus fucking Christ. A book? A book? Oh, and it's raining today. Fantastic. Beautiful. I can just put that away. Gorgeous. Why is your phone blowing up? My grandma's liking all my Instagram posts. You know, just grandma things. My grandma is liking my Instagram stories. I posted the teaser for my 2.0 and it flopped, man. Oh. You're a whole ass chicken now. Well, good morning, gorgeous. Hope you're having a good one, Dolly. To be fair, I posted the wrong one first, and that one was doing really well, and so I ended up deleting it to post the good one. And that may have been a mistake. Yeah, Twitter doesn't like that, so... I accidentally posted the wrong photo, and I didn't realize it until after I posted it, and I was like, oh shit, this photo is, not the actual model itself. It's, like, not shaded or anything. I wasn't really paying super close attention because I had Bunny on me and she was upset. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I deleted it and reposted it, and Twitter decided it hated me. So it's flopping, but it's fine. I'm planning on posting another teaser tomorrow that will look nicer, so whatever. Not the end of the world. It was just a little like, oh shit. I was like, fuck. Yuck. I fucked that. Yuck. Can always just repost the image later. Yeah. I'll just post a nicer. Well, yeah. So there was I was trying to do something specific when I posted the teaser, but it didn't work. On mobile, at least, I couldn't do it. I have to do it on the PC, which is fine. But I was like, damn, that bites. Okay, rooster feathers, deep earthworm, you wanted the moon fruit. Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's at home. Gotta jack off the algorithm. Yeah, I didn't do that very well this time around. That's on me. I'll post something better tomorrow. That should look nicer too. So. Sometimes Twitter is just flopping. Sometimes that's all you can expect from twitter.com is stuff flop. Just delete it and post it tomorrow instead. Well, the reason I posted today was because today was National Dog Day. Tomorrow is not National Dog Day. Alright. Excuse me. Running through. Oh, I didn't mean to come in here, actually. I've just made that realization. I meant to drop off an egg. Gore, don't even say shit like that. You know better. Another moon fruit? Okay, I have one. Oh, right, and I do need another bag upgrade. Shit. I'm just gonna be so broke for a while. Oh, God. What the fuck? A face mask for COVID? Lavender tea, hard-boiled egg. Oil's nice, but I don't need it. Alright. Shit. I heard they're implementing a dislike button soon. Yeah, I don't know how well that's gonna do, but whatever. I don't get paid. I don't get paid to fucking dictate what Elon does with his broken-ass website. It'll be removed within a week. Oh, no, no, no! See, that's the thing! Is it'll work for everybody's tweets except for his. Is how I'm sure that's gonna work. Imagine getting paid on Twitter. I mean, Kay's getting paid on Twitter, but, she's just using the money for Hayden's fund, her friend that passed away recently. So, that's the only reason she wanted it, was so that she could spend the money on him. A friend of mine. She has never had, hers turned on to make money. She's had Twitter Blue because she's an artist, but she's never had it turned on to make money. And she turned it on recently so that she could raise money for her friend passed away due to a illness. And so all the money she's donating is going towards learning more about the illness and hopefully one day finding a cure. But that's like the only thing. It's the only person I know who makes money off Twitter. It was a lot at first and then not a lot because of the little rug pull scam. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna just, grab all this. Peach is talking about her friend's dead friend, and you're just dancing? Yeah, well, we also have a dead friend, so I think it's okay for him to dance, it's fine. No biggie. Alright, let's make 3? That's fine. No big deal, yeah. Okay, go ahead and upgrade that. Because we don't have one. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just get a silver pickaxe because it's just better than what I currently have. And that should be good. That should be good. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a fucking rainy day in the neighborhood. Won't you come with me? Not like that. Don't be fucking weird about it. Alright. I checked the beach today, right? I think I did. Alright, we're selling our old shit. And then we're gonna escape. We're gonna just rearrange. Beautiful. Dolly, did you eat today, baby? Okay, good. She did eat. Good job, Middle Miss. Good night, Iggy. I'm probably gonna go to bed here soon, too. I'm just kind of sleepy. It's been a long day. Can I dig this now? No. Man, I was hoping I'd be able to dig the... You're just a fucking ant, right? Okay, yeah. When are you getting more birds? When I have money for more birds. Gore, I don't have the money for more birds. Each bird is $1,000. And I need to buy crops still. There's still some crops I don't have. Need to grow some birds. You actually have to breed them in this game. It's not like Stardew where you can just toss an egg in the incubator and then a bird pops out. You actually have to like breed them. That's why they have male and female. So I'll probably need to grab a rooster next. What was I about to do? I was about to do something. Oh, right. Fishing is all leveled up. Archaeology. Oh my god, there's more archaeology. Cooking is fully... Blacksmithing. Oh, new stuff for farming. Okay. Grab that one for now. Alright. Time to clear up some space. Nice. I need more wood anyways, so we're just gonna kind of start collecting it. Hold on. Chat, is it cool if I play my own music for a little bit while I play? Because, this just seems better for me. Help me. Oh my god, that's amazing. Some sex I can smell. Help me. Help me back on somebody else. I wanna fuck you like an animal. Cause I'm just kind of chilling. Hi! Why are you sniffing me? Why am I being sniffed? I got the big sniffer. I'm stinky. I haven't taken a shower in like a week. And it's been 100 degrees. I've been sweaty and stinky. Please don't sniff at my stench. Cause you smell good? I do not. I smell like sweat. I am a musky husky. I guarantee it. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Choop, choop, choop. Grab well watered. Who are you to judge what I enjoy sniffing? I'm judging. I'm judging. I'm judging. Ba, 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 ba. Banger. Did I get the book? I don't know what the book is. Shit. Cockadoodle dick! Alright, I need my water. There we go. Nice. I love that I can water my garden. I think it's very nice. It makes me very happy. Alright. Dolly! Dolly baby, thank you for the egg. Good morning, beautiful. Oh, I just fed you the egg on accident. Oh, fuck. Chat, I just fed Dolly the egg on accident. Chat, I need those eggs. Oh no. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I don't know how you knew, but I had literally just slouched. I had literally just, like, sunk into my seat. It's a wild shrimp! Yeah. Butterfly, duck feather. Rooster feather. I need fucking 5 rooster feathers. This is some bullshit. Striped bass. I feel like that's an ocean fish. Oh, right. I'm here to grab, some more seeds for the winter. Alright. We'll grab one of these, one of these, one of these. Shit. We need one more. I'm just trying to get one of everything. At least. unfortunate, but it'll be fine. How are you doing today, Brittany? I forgot to ask. Sorry, I'm like locked in. Oh. I didn't mean to feed that chicken her own egg, but fuck it up, Dolly, I guess. Alright. Do y'all think I'm gonna find my seashell today? I don't think I am. Mommy's lost faith. Oh my god, there it is. Oh my god, there it is. That's a tuna. The music widget is in like the perfect location. Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, that's great. I didn't have to touch it. Holic. Shit. Thank God for the pink shell. Easy does it. I just need a tiger fish. I don't know where to find that, honestly. Butterfish, okay. Body give him nothing. I got butterfish. Butterfish. Fish with the butter on them. Is a fucking water bug again? God damn it. I gotta switch it up. Easy does it. It's pretty late though, so I might lurk. That is completely fine. It is relatively late, so I completely understand. Hello? Hello? Oh! You're not what I need. Hello? Oh, sorry. Bless me. I think my favorite thing about- one of my favorite things about this game, because I've honestly got a lot of favorite things about this game. I think one of my favorite things about this game is the fact that I can, craft whatever on my, as long as it's in a box somewhere on my farm. Like, as long as my crafting table is at the farm, I can craft pretty much anything there. As long as I have the materials in a chest on the farm. I love that, because it means I don't have to go and, like, pull out the items. You bitch. And it's just so nice. Thank you so much for the lurk! Oh my god, pikes. Hate me. Pay me. Alright. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. God knows I probably need it. Alright, seashell is for you. Oh, and thank you for the stretch. Oh, and you're all the way down there. Of course you fucking are. Okay. Oh boy. You can make a new pot. The kids burnt the other one trying to make dragon guard soup. I can make a pot, but I need to know. How's the soup? He's so nosy. I love him. Walk on by. Walk on by. Can you just take it? Bitch.
Megan songs make me feel like a bad bitch.
Me too, Grim. Hold on, we're gonna go to the sauna real quick. We're gonna go to the bathhouse real quick. I need more energy. And I have free baths, so... Hey, Doze. I'll head on in. Thanks, buddy. I love this bath fountain. The sleeping dragon bath fountain is so good. Thanks, Dozy. Alright, let's see. Alright. What's the point of the bathhouse? It ups your energy. It puts your energy back to full. Hey, kiddo. There's your shell. Thank you for the flower. Up, 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 up. Yeah, no, that's all. Yeah, it just ups your stamina back to 100. Or whatever the max is. I should probably be fishing in the mines more. Take a whole lot for me to settle. Right. But the best part about it is it means that your shit doesn't really have to be organized unless you want it to be organized. Just cause like it pops up anyways. Alright, time to go inside, babes. Head in, queen. Yes, the chickens do lay eggs. I accidentally fed her egg to her this morning when I need them for the main storyline though, so I was like, shit! Alright, let's finish getting all these rocks off the land. Very important. We're gonna make this place look nice and homely. We need some organization here. Alright. Walk on by. You can also turn the chicken eggs into other items. I unlocked the mill a while ago. The fuck are you, ladybug? Chillipede. Sure, fuck that. I unlocked the mill a while ago, and you can actually turn products into things at the mill. Like, I have to add cheese to one of the, for one of the quests I have. So you take the milk that you get from cows, and you'd, take it to the mill and have it churned into cheese. Talk to a bag. Talk to a bag. That's real fat. Which I think is nice. But yeah, right now I need eggs and cheese to level up the inn. I need to, or not leveling up the inn. I'm helping them replenish food supplies for just in case there's another emergency by making meals. So I have to bring eggs and cheese to the inn so that Reina can make meals to put in their supply case. Do you think Corpse has ever actually had his dick sucked? This is not a conversation I should be having, but I was listening to the lyrics of the music, and he said, she's sucking on my dick, and I was like, you think that's ever happened? Like, I know he's unwell, so I don't know how many people he, like, lets into his space. But, you know, like, I don't know. Every guy wants their dick to be sucked at least once, right? So maybe it's worth it? Practically raise the dead. I'm making a lot of assumptions. Put the evidence down. I'm just making a lot of assumptions here. She must have been high. She must have been high. You must have been. Alright. Fuck, it's Landon's birthday. Landon. LMN. Landon. Coconut cream pie. Golden cheesecake. Horsehair. Hardwood. Oh, he likes hardwood. He likes hardwood? Alright. Weirdo. Fucking weirdo likes hardwood. Whatever. Well, I got some hardwood for you, buddy. Just slap my dick on his fucking bar top. Like, babe, I don't know. We asked for hardwood. I just... How was I supposed to know? Copper fishing rod. Hell yeah. Alright. Alright, this time we are not going to feed Dolly her own egg. We're gonna go in. We're gonna gather the egg. We're gonna pick her up so she feels loved. And we're gonna let her out. Good job, Dolly girl. Alright. Jesus Christ. What do we need? Earthworm, rooster feathers. So we need to get a rooster next. And then I'm gonna need a cow after that, but I have to build a big barn first. Which is doable. Oh, good morning, Queen. Oh, your winter outfit's so nice. Oh, wait. Gotta put the chicken egg in there. Good morning, Errol. Good morning, Landon. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Alright. You want 3 chestnuts? That's a lot of chestnuts, kid. You know that? A history book. Alright, well. Wow, this kid's fucking lucky I have 3 chestnuts. Not in there, I don't. Oh my god, this book's fucking huge. What the fuck? Why is this book so big? What the fuck? Book's fucking massive. Okay. Let's see. Dell wants some chestnuts. Where the fuck is Dell? The kids all travel together, usually, so... Oh, she's in there. Okay. That's a lot of knowledge. It fucking is. What the hell? Excuse me. Hey, Adele. Peach, are these the chestnuts I requested? This is perfect. What do I need them for? To throw at stuff, of course. They're called conkers for a reason, you know. Are they? They're called conkers for a reason, Peach. Like, what? Huh? 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 I can't twist my neck anymore. It'll break. Huh? Conkers? Thick-ass book is what it is. Alright. I went in the wrong fucking place. That's a lot of knowledge. Alright. Are y'all balls deep in muddy water? Would you like to be? Is there any fish here? Oh, is that what I need? Oh my god, I found the worm I needed. I, like, immediately found the worm I needed. That's crazy. I love when one of us remembers
Peach,
it.
would you still love me if I was a worm?
Yes, baby, I would still love you if you were a worm, because I'm not a fucking faker. Like some people in this chat. Wow, the fucking best fucking pickaxe I can get, and it still takes 2 hits to get through these bitches? Put me down now. What the fuck are you? Stop, stop, stop.
You're a real one. But FYI, I'd drop your ass in a heartbeat if you became a worm.
I know you would, because all y'all are fakers. But I'm a real lover. Nobody loves as hard as I do. And I've accepted it. I would get the best terrarium for y'all. Thank you. None of you bitches know what a real
Worms
lover
don't
is.
deserve love.
Says who? What are you, a Republican?
The only thing I believe in is the heart of the cards.
Bullshit. Hell yeah, brother. I love golf balling these bitches. Now that I know how to fight them, they're some of my favorite enemies. Oh, a mossy rug. That's nice. Ow.
The woo JD Vans. More like JD suck on D's.
What? JD's nuts. Spit at me. Alright. You bitches. Come here. Oh, what are you? Rock biter. Horrified. Traumatized. What the fuck is that? Earth eel. Great. Love that for me. That's not the most fucking horrifying thing I've ever seen. Crystal. Meth. We're cooking crystal, baby. Hey, yo. Watch where you're diving, bitch. Gonna fucking hurt someone. Blue rose. Hold on. Go to hell. God, it's like Steven Universe in here. Spit at me. Well, spit at me and, like, actually make it past the rock. You're not gonna. Alright, well. You're a waste of my time then. Oh, there's not shit down here. Alright. I see how it is. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I didn't like that fucking eel either, if that's what you're saying, you too, Morrison. I saw a picture of the grass. My grades are green, I eat my veggies. Oh my god. Potatoes at the picture. Ow. Like magic, like magic, like magic. Wands. Fishy! Dumb fucking fish. Fishy! Yay. 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 What the fuck is that? You're mine. Shardfin? That sounds like something somebody shouldn't say. Rocks! Oh, I got a ball. I need that, actually. That's unfortunate that I actually do need that. Sometimes I forget magic is in this game. Bunny is clean. Yay! Clean buns! That sounds like I'm saying there's a clean butt somewhere. Keep your buns clean, chat. Ow. Ow. How the fuck do I get over there? Oh, there we go. Shit! I scared away the fish. I didn't see it. Magic is everywhere for those with the eyes to look. Don't shoot me. You fucking piece of shit. I have to go back home. Piece of fucking booty shit. Take me up, take me down, mess me up beyond all recognition. What it's worth, I'll do it again. With no consequence, I would do it again. Oh, me down, down, down. Hey, word, 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 word. Down defense, consequence. What if think fell? How about that? What do they grow? How about that? coconut cream pie! I can't wait to give someone my coconut cream pie. Oh. I'm so excited. Oh, love me down, down, down. Roar. I'm trying to cream pie Reina. Whoa! Inappropriate, sir. Alright, we gotta go put this fucking chicken to bed. Come on, Dolly. It's bedtime, baby. Get in, sweet girl. Also, I thought you were a Junie lover. What happened? Cracks. I thought we were all Junie here. I wish to have intimate biological relations with the female known as Reina. Fucking Jesus. Oh, it's in night. Bum 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 bum. I need my watering pen. Word. Word. Boop. 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 Consequence. How about that? Alright, beautifully watered. Alright. Oh, these are harvestable. I got sweet potatoes. Sweet potato, sweet potato. Sweet potato, sweet potato. Sweet potato, sweet potato. Potato. Potato, potato, potato. Are you a man? 'Cause I'm a bitch. I'm already wish. I'm not looking for that. This party sucks. I'm about to ditch. 2 eggs? You're a damn good chicken. You know that, Dolly? Dolly has offered up 2 eggs! That's funny. Well, so do I. Come on now, girl. You deserve it. I'm just looking for a... Praise be unto Dolly! Alright, we need to get a rooster. I need to figure out where to find this striped bass. Striped bass. Fields of Mistria. Get in, loser for the joyride. Spiked bass. Striped bass, that's what it is. Striped bass. Right. Common fall in ponds. I wasn't anywhere close. You want kids? Well, I am mother. Alright, so goal today, save money. So that we can get a rooster tonight. Hup! Hell yeah. Beep beep bitch, I'm outside. Get in, loser, for the joyride. What we got here? Beep beep bitch, I've arrived. Get in, loser, for the They don't even, cause I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. You want an orange? I don't even know where to get an orange, bro. Bitch. Can I steal her stuff? I can't. Sorry, I was just seeing if I could be a thief. Get in, loser, for a joyride. I think my favorite thing about this game is that all these characters have their own little personal interrelationships. I keep saying I think my favorite part about this game, as if the game itself just isn't fantastic. Like, it's hard to pick a favorite, as you can tell from me constantly saying my favorite part about this game, and it's like something different from the last time I said my favorite part about this game. That's a fucking stick. Wanna feel how it feels. Do you wanna know that it doesn't hurt me? You wanna hear about the deal and make it yours. Also, the fishing is so much nicer in this game than it is in Stardew. So much less work. Only good. I make a deal with God. You're running up that road. You're running up that hill. Running up that building. A killifish. Not really sure what that is, but it's cool. Oh, I need more of these. Yeah. Oh. What you got? A ruffled collar for my future ducks? Thank you, dragon statue. Anybody else have a dragon statue sugar daddy? Or is it just me? Boy. Alright. Boys are cool. You and me. You and me won't be unhappy. And make a deal with God. Alright. Yo. Are there any more ponds? Or are these just all rivers now? Shit. All rivers. That's crazy, actually, that this is all river. I mean, I guess that's a pond. I could go up there and see if any fish show up there. I don't think they would, though. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Let me seal this moment from you now. Come on, angel. Come on, darling. Let's exchange the experience. Oh. Only good. Make a deal with God. I'd get him to swap our places. We're running up that road. We're running up that hill. No problem. If I only could make a deal with God. Get him to swap our places. Be running up that road. Be running up that hill. No problem. Said if I only could, I'd make a deal with God and I'd get him to swap our places. Be running up that road. Be running up that hill. No problems. If I only could. Running up that hill. Shit. No problem. Well, it's 3 p.m. and you haven't actually found any of the things that you need to find. Ah, damn it. Let's go gambling. Ah, damn it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Alright. cross my heart and hope to die. I can't fucking sleep at night. I'm always lucky, right? Dude, I'm like a ghost dude. I'm like a poltergeist. I'm like, huh, what'd he say, bitch? You ain't even gay, bitch. It's not the lyric. It's not the lyric, but I say it every time. Ah! This game is very fun. It is. I like it a lot. Alright, there you go. It's very comforting to just run around and be a little farmer girl. Oh, fish do reset whenever you leave and come back. Good to know. Huh! Snakehead's cool. Not what I needed, though. Nobody knows how I feel when I come. Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Nobody knows the way I bleed when I come. That's the secret, Batman. I'm always bleeding when I come. Please, come this way. Stop being in the center. I can't reach you there. No one knows I piss when I come, Batman. That's the secret, Cap. I always piss when I come. Can one of you bitches come closer? There you go, come on. What the fuck? Come on, you can do it. There you go, baby. Finally! Striped bass. Who the fuck wanted this? Okay. I used to think guys pee when they come. I mean, so- Why'd you spell semen like that? The man of the sea. Yes. The man of the sea is coming. He's got a lot of piss that he would like to share with the class. Oh fuck, it's Friday night. Everybody's in the bar. I forgot. Was cracking, gang. Alright. How's D&D going? Revelations about Brightclaw's past bring you to the top of the tower where you finally lay eyes upon it. The legendary Dragonhawk. Silver is overcome with awe. He approaches reverently and coos in the manner described in Daffodilia's Guide to Birds, Strange and Mundane. The ancient bird heaves a deep, reverberating sigh. Oh dear, it says. Another fan. Wait, what? Can I be friends with it? Can I pet it? I really want to pet it. Honey, it's a creature of ancient wisdom and power. Besides, you don't know where that legendary bird has been. The Dragonhawk hears your insinuations about its hygiene and has judged you unworthy of giving pets. In fact, it seems quite angry and begins to shimmer. Mom, you made it angry. Don't worry, everyone. I'll enthrall this bird with the power of conversation. Aram will recount an architectural treatise on stoneworking, and oh no, you're not getting out of a fight this time. In fact, this parade of buffoonery enrages the Dragonhawk. Illusion falls away, revealing the Dragonhawk's true identity. Demon Lord Blood, who built this tower. An architect. An evil architect. My enemy! An evil architect. Pee. I hate that, but thank you. I don't mind cleaning. A good royal should have keen understanding of the jobs of her subjects. Alright, bitch. You absolute madman. You did it. Coffee liqueur. I know you're a coffee fan, so I've been experimenting since last time I saw Darcy at the market. Took weeks to get the flavor right. Now we've got 2 to 1 of our base liquor and the coffee liqueur over ice. That's a nice molasses color, isn't it? It looks a bit bitter, unless... You know it. Raina whipped up some sweet heavy cream for us. Now a big, generous ladle on top. Oh my gosh, it looks scrumptious. You're an artist, Hemlock. Cheers. Look at the cream blend with the coffee. It looks like a heavy mist over the mountains. Now that's a pretty name. We'll call it Heavy Mist. So what do you think, Holt? Can't talk. Too busy drinking. Not even a pun? Now that's a first. I'm gonna pee! I'm gonna pee! I wasn't trying to cook. Hello? Look how late it is. Time sure does fly these days. Between you and me, Peach, that rock roach at the museum, isn't it kind of adorable? Kind of. Luke will be delighted. He's always asking what my favorite insect is. Hey, we're up a heart. Love that. I'm having such fun being this week's model. Peach, between performing in the opera and walking the red carpet, I'm no stranger to striking a pose. Strike a pose harder. Granny Gilf. Gilf. Oh, his tan lines are back because it's winter. My drawings are pretty bad, but I'll try and do you justice, Elise. Hey, Den, if I could point something out, I noticed you've got a habit of putting your own drawings down. You avoid sharing them, too. It's important to take pride in what you do. And to have fun, too, I guess. My goodness, March. As a doctor, I'm afraid I have to diagnose you with a growth of character. What you're all saying is tough medicine, but I don't think I'm not taking it to heart. If even stubborn young March can change, then your old friend Hayden can too. Yeah, exactly. Hey, wait a minute. They bitching at him. What's up? Mr. Ballard didn't like insects much until I showed him the jewel beetle at the museum. It just goes to show, there's an insect out there for everyone. Yeah, that's because he's a money-grubbing whore. He's a money-grubbing, D&D-loving, howl knockoff whore. Alright, old ladies, what's cracking? Now, Terithia. I put a lot of thought into this question, so I hope you'll take it seriously. Same to you, Peach. Who here would make the best pirate? Aha, I was born to answer this question. Errol would look dashing with a tricorn hat, but he gets a tad seasick. Hemlock strikes me as a right salty dog. And Nora would make a fearful captain, but a fair one. Oh, it's difficult to choose. March has that look in his eye that says everyone is his enemy. He might even pull off an eye patch. What do you think, Peach? Elsie... Del Maple and Luke. I have to throw in with Peach on this one, Terithia. They're half pirate already. Who are you saying is hot? The MILF? Gilf? Because if so, yeah. Mistria's original rapscallions. Hell yeah, baby. I think that's everybody on one heart now. Almost. Darcy, Dozy. I don't really interact with Dozy much. Del isn't there yet. I should interact Henrietta because I don't interact with her much either. Louie, really? I mean, I guess I don't interact. These are the night markets. Oh, we're at 3 hearts already for March? Oop. I didn't realize that. Oh, Juniper? Yeah. Mary, that's a week market. Oh, we're at 2 hearts with Ulrich. That's nice. Yeah, so I've got pretty much everyone except for the animals and the night market people, or the Saturday market people, at least 1 heart. That's nice. Everybody hot to me. Yeah, they're all pretty good. I'm about to make a name for myself here. Alright, so I've already turned in all of these. I think I'll save 1 of each and then sell the rest just because we need the money. So we'll save at least 1. Let's see. I'm checking all my little areas to make sure I don't already have some saved before I... Okay, so... And that. So we'll save 1 of this, we'll save 1 of these, One of these. When is Bunny due? Is Bunny due for meds? If she hasn't slept, or if, sorry, if you haven't given her any more since I gave some to her earlier, then yes. If she's, especially if she's about to go to bed. Oh, snail. And I'm about to need another one of these. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Alright. Hey, sweets. Come on, you. Time to go to bed. Good night, Dolly. Thank you for the 2 eggs today, dolls. I'm remembering so much stuff now. What are you remembering? What'd I do to you? Oh, it's just because I don't have 20 minutes to make a chest. Outcast is having a episode. Today's Mary's birthday, and it's the Saturday market. What is Mary like? LMN Mary. Clay? Coral? Glass? Alright, I'll give you some glass. I've got a bunch of that. We're gonna grab water and 1 thing of glass for Mary. Oh, look at the leaves. That's quite nice. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna make it pink. And then what we're gonna do is we are gonna place it back here. And that's just gonna be my, kind of leftovers. Birds of a feather, we should stick together now. Maybe we'd be better alone. And also what I'm gonna do... Hold up. I was remembering random things and then I remembered... What the fuck does that mean? I was remembering random things. And then I remembered. I'm gonna give you bits just because you deserve them. Aw, thank you so much! I was advised here that there are some things that should not be shared. Then why'd you say it? Good morning, gorgeous. Good morning! I love Dolly. Outside she comes. But thank you, Morrison. I really appreciate it. I really do. Dolly is spoiled? Yeah, because she's my only chicken. I would spoil her less if I had more chickens, but I don't. I stopped myself and accidentally hit enter. Oh. Alright, what do I need now? Quest-wise? An orange. I need to figure out... Orange? Oranges aren't... Hold on. Am I stupid? Orange. Fields of Mistria. Oh shit. I'm not gonna be able to get an orange. Fuck. Unless I buy, you don't call gore gorgeous, then you're missing out. It's true. Oh, you want hard-boiled eggs? I need these eggs right now, though. Hello? Yeah, I need to put these eggs in here right now. But I'm almost done. Fuck. I guess I could grow an orange tree, but that shit's expensive. And I also need an onion seed. God, I'm fucking broke. I'm doing it, but I'm not happy about it. Ulrich said my roots are showing. I guess I'll have Vera touch them up. Yeah, they sure are sweets. I think I bought Vera out of almost everything she has, so I don't really do the market much. Just cause eventually I'll come buy all of the stuff she's got. But most of the stuff they have I already own, so wah wah. Wah wah. Alright, we'll plant this stuff. At least. Love you to the day that I die. And that. Can I have my water, please? Noise. Okay, I forgot. It's Mary's birthday. I needed to give her her gift while I was up there because I didn't see it in my inventory. Okay. We're doing good. I'm just, I'm stressing just a little. Nope, not you, Darcy. Mary. Happy birthday, Mares. Okay. Happy birthday. I'm going to the mines. I'm off to the mines! Alright, we're turning back on my music. Because, I turned it off so I could do that, and then I forgot to turn it back on. Bow wow wow chicka yay, bow bow wow wow chicka yay. Fuck it up, chat. I wanna see y'all dancing. With a jingle of my car keys. Better bites the dog. Bow, bow, bow. Dog. Bow, wow, wow. What kind of dog is that? Fuck it up, Jet! Oh my god, the bee shaking ass is so funny. Man, that cat's losing its fucking mind. Girl, up looking at her face. Did you know I'm a nasty dog? Dog. Dog. Can't stop looking at her face. Is a wild line, by the way. Okay. Sometimes I just turn on my music and vibe. This is what I do at night. After Gore and the baby have gone to bed, I just sit here and I'm just like... As your nasty dog. Chat, are y'all nasty dogs? He's out here barking and biting. He's out here barking and biting. Dog! Dog, dog, dog. Dog. I think so. I love Morse being like, hell yeah, I am. I'm looking at her face. And Outcast being like, maybe. I guess I could be. I love my chat and how different all of you are. Earth's room. What the fuck you got over there? So what's the word, Captain? I think I caught you lacking. Come on. Come on. Spent too many nights either looking at the porn or looking in the virtual space to bump Pixel. You know. How it be on this bitch of an earth. Ooh. What you see inside your head. Fried rice! This is what it's like to be known as dead. Now open up your eyes, you see the world, it is red. Now what's the word, Captain? I think you got me lagging. My tripping. Most nights an utter failure. I mean, hey. If that's utter failure, then pretty much most of the world is failing. I think I've got you lagging. I mean, have you seen how many porn addicts there are on Twitter? It's fucking wild. Couldn't escape them. Where do I start? Spit. 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 You fucker. Spit. You son of a bitch. Spit. Alright. I can't let go. I can't let go. Yeah, you really got my soul. I can't let go. You really got my soul. Haktua. Oh, you fucker. Come on, Haktua. You fucking stupid bitch. What the fuck is that? Ah, don't Haktua me. I mean, I wanted you to earlier, but then you missed the time period I was allotting for that. Dope. Ah, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Alright. Don't touch it. 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 Don't touch my dick. Don't touch my dick. Don't touch my dick. Don't touch my dick. You know I risk it on me. Shit! Sorry I'm late, Haktua. It's alright. It's alright. I have a couch? Oh my god. Oh my god, I got a fucking couch, chat. I love how these are all the same and then there's just yours. Yeah, that's not even mine, that's mine from my last model. I haven't gotten my new one yet. I'm updating it to match this model. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Get inside your home and I'll say it's alright. Okay. Fuck you. Pipes! Got a bunch of bad bitches coming through right now, bitch. Fuck you. I'm about to die. I'm gonna faint. I'm really risking it for the biscuit right now. Oh. That's why it's different. I thought it was a fucked up Grim. No, it's from my old model. My old model was a pink cow. I just left it so that you guys could always have a Wiggly until I replaced it, but it's taken me 2 years to get a replacement. We got the breeding couch? Maybe. No. Couch, Gord. Couch, not cow. Where do I fucking... Hold on. We gotta move the book. I've just decided. I want the couch here. Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice. Have you ever been punched in your motherfucking face? What'd you say? Oh, you haven't? Alright, wait. Bitch. Put this by the door. Sub-Zero. The book's going in there. I don't know what to do with it right now. Don't bother me. Hey, hey. Oh, oh. Crunchy. 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 Move it to coochie, Chat, is your U-Haul moving coochie to coochie? Crazy fucking sentence. My U-Haul's moving coochie to coochie, huh? TV dare boy. Wait, that's kind of cool, actually. Can I put this outside? I can. Nice. Alright. Ever been punched in your motherfucking face? What'd you say? Oh, you haven't? Alright, wait. Bitch! Good morning! Good morning! Best chicken in the fucking world. Come outside, babe. Love this fucking chicken. And a fade. Bitch might just end up on sex tape, my boy. Alright. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door. Don't make fun of me. That's literally what this song is, and I giggle at it every time. Not because it's like not a good song, it's just fun to do. Early this morning, as you knocked upon my door. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door. I said, hello Satan, I believe that it's time to go. Me and the devil, walking side by side. What do you mean your game's trash? What game are you playing? Me and the devil, walking side by side. Noise. And when I see my man, I get satisfied. You probably heard it on TikTok. It trended there for a while. Oh, you don't do TikTok? Oh, never mind then. I say road with spirit. It's a banger song, but it's like, it's definitely something. New butterfly! And I'm gonna see my man. Down by the highway side. Oh, evil spirits. Till I don't touch my eyes. Alright, is there anything up here that I can get? But probably not. Oh, evil spirits. Oh, lives. Alright. Who needed all this? Oh, okay. Adeline. Adeline! Adeline! Okay, cool. She's over here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh god, she's up here now. Masquerade. Bro, where'd she go? Where is she? Oh my god! She runs! Why is she so fast? Okay. Take your Heather. One by one. Dropping bodies like a nun. Alright. We have enough money for a rooster. I think we did it, gang. Anything special for over here? No, not really. Can I shoot down these birds? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. We can finally start breeding chickens? Well, once the rooster's big enough, yeah, we can. Da-da-da-da. 'Cause 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 'c Alright, we're gathering these for selling purposes. And then we're gonna go buy a rooster. Oh. Oh, that's nice. A fog orchid. Are fog orchids an actual thing? I wonder. Nice. Oh, you're growing pumpkins? That's nice. I don't know who lives there. I haven't bothered to look. Alright. Let's go get that. Let's go get ourselves a cock. It's time to go get a cock, chat. I'm just making sure there's nothing over here I can dig up. Alright, it's time for the cockening. Hey Hayden, I'm here to buy a cock. You got any? Alright, we're gonna get a chicken. We're gonna get a brown male. And hold on. Alright. His name's gonna be Michael, after Michael Jackson. We're gonna call him Mike Hale. Michael J. Jax. Oh my god, I can actually name him Michael Jackson. Okay, this is Michael Jackson. And he's my big black cock. Alright, we got Michael Jackson and Dolly. He's my big brown cock. Oh my god. Yours is bigger? I don't know, man. I'm pretty proud of my big black cock. What'd you name him? His name's Michael Jackson. Literally, full name, Michael Jackson. I could fit the whole thing. I thought I would only be able to fit Michael, but no, I could fit the whole thing. I also named him Michael Jackson because he's probably going to produce white babies. So, him and Dolly Parton are probably going to produce white babies together. So... oh man, the later it gets, the more out of pocket I become. I call mine Careless Whispers. Hey Dolly, is he out here with you? Dolly, let's go meet your future boyfriend. This is Michael Jackson. Full name: Michael Jackson and Dolly. Is that how you spell Dolly Parton? Parton? Yeah. Cool. Double checking real quick. Yep. We got Dolly Parton and Michael Jackson. And Michael over here is going to seduce all the ladies. Spit in my face, my love will go crazy. Okay. Anything I have too much of, I'm just selling the access. I don't want it anymore. All that's cooking, so that's fine, honestly. All right. You and you never come. Spit in my face, my love, but don't craze me. Spit in my face, my love, but don't change me. Face, my love, but gone crazy. Spit in my face, my love, but gone mad. Spit in my face, my love, but gone crazy. Alright. We're making good progress, though. I did waste a bit of time, but not the end of the world. Alright. I'm mostly just cutting these because they're in my way. Like, the trees that aren't in my way are fine. But when I'm planning on putting other stuff over there, then those are going to be in my way later. Which sucks. No fun. Okay, I think I'll do one more day. Just to see how little Miss Dolly does with her new boo. Is it weird that I have a fully grown female chicken and I've just offered her up a infant male as a future partner? Is that strange? I just realized, like, we do that to animals a lot. Alright. Sorry, I had to burp. I don't think we worry about the ethics when it comes to animals. What's today? The 8th? Okay. I don't think we worry about ethics when it comes to animals. Yeah, I guess not. Hey. It's the cranberries. Love them. Zombie! 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 Hey! Hey! It's in your head! In your head! Zombie! Alright. I didn't mean to water that. Okay. Animals don't have dignity or innocence or anything similar to that. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Oh, thank you for the egg. Good morning. No, we're not trying to sell anything. Good morning. Good morning. How'd you two get along last night? Did you have a good night? Man, you really do just have a speckled butt, huh, Queen? Alright, well, y'all wanna go outside? Come on out, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful sunny day. The temperature is a nice and breezy 69 degrees. I think like the only rule of thumb for animal breeding is just making sure they aren't siblings or related. Yeah, well somebody fucked up with that when it came to our dog because inbred as fuck. How unfortunate. Alright, I need cows next. Hey, brother. You wouldn't happen to be selling any oranges, would you? Morel mushroom. You would not, alright. Murder in my mind. Rosemary! I've got tons of that. Alright, and I only need to turn in one more egg. Then I can start saving eggs for the quest. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? That's time. I think Rosemary's over here. Rosemary. She only need one of one, right? Yes. Alright. Murder, murder in my mind. And she is all the way up there. Cool. Wait, what are you saying wait for? About my dog being- oh, sorry, I didn't mean to smack you, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. Are you saying wait because I said my dog's inbred? Hey, queen. Have your rosemary. Literally freshest rosemary I could find. What? It doesn't. I'm gonna be so real with you. It doesn't. Sorry, I do not relate. Boom, boom, boom. I think I need 1500. Fuck. I need 1500. There's gotta be another way to make money. Like, quickly. Bad bitch. Putting shit icon. Put the lights on. You know what? I'll sell that shit. Take apples. Sorry, I'm processing my thoughts. It's not what I wanted. La la la, check these tits. Bitch, get a misspitto. I'm a rebel. Good, that was a test, and you pat- I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that that was a test for a second. Alright, eat spit, get dicked with the lights on. Ooh-ah. Ooh-ah. We're digging, because I need money so we can get a cow. Oh. What? Ugh, from sitting here streaming all the time, my shoulder hurts. I should probably catch another one of these just to have on hand, just in case. Nice. Oh, I can't jump off that? That's bull. Bull honky. It's 3-layer, you can't jump off. Only 2 layers. I think that's bull honky. Do we back in the mines? It does feel that way. The mines of money grinding. I still have yet to figure out what's the fastest way to make money in this game. So... we're trying our best to learn. Oh, I forgot to put the cranberry in the museum. I don't want an exploit. I like playing the game the way the game's meant to be played. It's fun for me. Alright, Alright, let's see. I think everything else has a place. I believe everything else here has a place. Beautiful. Hey little ones, how you holding up? Doing good, doing good. Glad to see it. I don't like treating video games as video games. What do you mean by that? Apparently cooking is a good way to make foods because you can sell the cooked food for way more than the individual ingredients. Ah. I'll have to do some cooking then. I was gonna fish up some more fish so I can make sushi. That's a mullet. And no, not the hairstyle. Seabream! Hayden said, I love that shit. I love watching women fish. Bet. I never represent, baby. I have a deep admiration for anybody who works on the soil. Baby, I'll cover myself in soil if it'll make you admire me more. Apparently you should just cook everything you have. 1, to raise your cooking skill. 2, to have valuable health, energy instead of... and cooked food is worth good money. The more you know. Come on, you two. It's bedtime. Come on, chooks. In you get. Michael, follow Dolly. Thank you. Blow stuff up and roll 1 frame to get through door. Oh my god. Alright. Well, we'll cook for a little bit. We got a couple hours. All night long. I do need to up my cooking skill anyways, so... saving 1 piece of corn just in case. Ooh, restorative grilled corn. Want to hold on to that. Cooking! Abby. In the kitchen. Switching. I only have one sweet root. Or like Elder Scrolls Oblivion duplication glitch. Huh. Green tea is a good dish to cook regularly. I don't have any tea. My tea plants never produced anything, last time around. And that'll help support the town? Oh, interesting. Sesame broccoli. Jam sandwich. Oh shit, I don't have any pockets. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna sell all the basic stuff and keep all the not basic stuff. I also use my magic in the mine, so I don't really need all of that all the time. But we'll hold on to those. And then we also want to hold on to the mullet. We can add more fish here. Unless I already have these fish somewhere else. I do not. Alright. Bet. Oh, I just put away that fucking bream. God damn it. Come here. Where the fuck did I put you? Hold on. 1 second, chat. Did I put you in here? Goddamn mullet. Alright. Damn, that did give a lot of money. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy fuck. Alright. I'm just gonna get the basics out of the way real quick. Because I'm gonna forget what I was doing if I don't do it now, and then I'll save and end the game there. Look, I have to be honest with myself. And that honesty means, I will forget what the fuck I was doing if I don't do it now. Dum dum da 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 dum. What do we got? Beautiful egg. Dolly, you're the best! Alright, Michael, you're pretty cool too. Alright, out we get. Good job, fellers. Oh, nice. I'm not gonna raid out on an ad break again. Love that for me. That's actually fantastic. Alright, we are all out of eggs. Now we need 10 cheese. Very doable. 2 chestnuts? I can do that for you too. But first we're gonna run up to the museum and toss these in there real quick so I don't forget. Excuse me, Adeline. Is that moss on the roof? Interesting. Alright. Donate those. And then we're gonna run this way. Because we got some shit we need to grab. We need to buy. Excuse me, ma'am. What the fuck are you? Is that a monarch? Oh, that is a monarch. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. I need... We'll get there. I would like a barn, please. Oh my god, that barn was more expensive than I was expecting it to be. I thought it was 1,500. It was not 1,500. Chat, I repeat, it was not 1,500. Oh god. What the fuck? Okay. There we go. Let's see. Well, you know, I was gonna grab more hazelnuts while I was out and about for this quest, but there are no hazelnuts to be found. Oh, what you got? Hey, more wild berry jam, hell yeah. Oh, there's some. I need 3 of these. Chestnuts, that's what it is, not hazelnuts. Fucking I'll nut on your chest, baby. Okay, let's see. Hello, gang. Ah, there's 2. They look like, Gore, you know what I'm talking about. Stickers? Like the ones that sit in the dirt? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so this is there. I hate those. Yeah, I do too. Are they really that close to each other? Might be. Yeah, I think they are. Can you see that piece of 2? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, so yeah, it's here. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Queen. Down you go. Yeah, but they all sit in my car. Ugh! So it goes like... Hold on. Is that even? That's not even. Bring it down. Like that? Yeah, like that. Bet. Alright, we need 100 wood and stone. Anyone know how to get 25k points in 15 minutes for what? Sorry, well, real quick. Forgot to put that shit away. Whoop! Time. Hey, Dolly! Sweetie, get out! Get out! It's not safe for you in there. You play over here while I work on this. This is, the party barn. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Oh, VIP. Oh. Time. I can just grab another chestnut. I've got... Oh, I don't have nearly enough chestnuts. I should be grabbing more chestnuts. Stay with me as we cross the empty sky. Oh, stay with me. Nose around. I'm so excited for the stupid badge that says I'm special. If you're excited for it, then it's not stupid. Duh. Old man wants some chestnuts. Old man wants some nut on his chest. Hey, remember I said I wasn't gonna play the whole day? I lied. It's 4 PM in game. I lied. We're just gonna play the whole game. Or we're just gonna play the whole day. It's fine. Time for the end. Turn all the ways. Stay with me as we cross the empty sky. Oh, stay with me. Real and sweet. You're special to us, Morrison. We cross the space and time. Just stay with me. He fucked your mom. I fucked your mom.
Am
We
I
fucked
special
your
to you,
mom.
Peach?
We fucked your mom. We fucked your mom. Yeah, you're special to me, Graham. You're my baby. I fucked your mom. I fucked your mom. He fucked your mom. She fucked your mom. We fucked your mom. They fucked your mom. Your mom. All right.
I am baby E.
Baby E. Little baby E.
Did you fuck my mom?
You don't have a mom, Graham. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to tell you this, but you are motherless. You weren't born.
I'm an orphan?
Not really. You kind of just shot out of the ground one day. That's all.
So the earth is my mommy?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, am I homeless?
Yes. We are both homeless. I thought you knew
Oh,
that.
so that's why it's called Mother Earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, you're getting the vibe.
I'm getting it now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're absolutely getting it now. I'm very proud of you. Grim, do you miss the rage?
I'm baby E.
You are, baby, yeah. Oh! Whoa! Ew! 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 They took this song down and when they put it back up, it's different! It's bad now! Ew! 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 Ew!
Maybe I wanted a change of pace, SMH.
Ugh! 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 This is awful. This is posted by him, Gore. He took the original down a little while ago. I saw that it was down like a week ago. He put it back up like this. He took the original down. Brother, ew.
My rebellious phase will just be me burning down a forest.
I mean, that's fair. You do what you feel is best for you, bud. Brother, ew. Sounds like you missed the cage. That is the prison cell that you deserve to be in for what you have just forced me to listen to. Alright, word on. Yeah, why would you take down a certified banger? He did that before, remember? He took it down once and then changed it subtly and then put it back up and it wasn't nearly as good. But I put up with it because it was at least the same, at least it was kind of like the same vibe. Not anymore. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who the fuck is that ugly asshole I saw? Fuck it up, chat! I'm disgusted, I'm busting out. What the fuck did I just put in my nose? I'm bugging out. These stickers are bugging out. Is he allergic to having bangers? I guess. Burn into eternity. Oh, we got pumpkins this morning! Hold on, I'm gonna go see how much a cow costs just so I know for next stream. Don't worry about it, chat. I'm just gonna go look. Don't freak out. Under the fucking ledge. It's fantasizing about death. 2,000. I can get a fucking brand. Blick. Oh, we can get a blick. What is wrong with me? Oh, what is wrong with me? Is Michael Jackson an adult yet? Michael! Okay, good. Fuck it up, Michael. Fuck it up, Michael Jackson, my big black cock. Michael Jackson, a big black cock. Michael Jackson, my big black and brown cock. Dolly Parton, my speckled cock. Dolly Parton, my speckled hen. Dolly Parton, my speckled hen. Alright. Shut the fuck up. How do I breed them? How do I breed them? I wonder if he got hit with cease and desist. He didn't change the name though, he just changed the song. Hold on, I'm going back to see how we breed. Hit on my face, I attacked that bitch. What do I need to breed them? Or will they breed automatically? Shut the fuck up. Little bitch. Shut the fuck up. Feed these treats to a male and female cow to breed them. Oh, they have to have at least 2 hearts. Oh, okay. Good to know. If you look up Mr. Rage, he doesn't- That's always been the case, though. I don't know- That's always been the case, though. And that song came out years ago. He may have. I don't know. I think he's fucking dumb as rocks. Are you smoking cat piss? Stop smoking cat piss. Little bitch. Shut the fuck up. Tell your best friend. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I think we might raid someone. Maybe. I don't even know if anybody's actually streaming right now. No, nobody's streaming right now, so we're actually not gonna raid anybody. So it's just us tonight. We're just gonna be done tonight. No raids, nothing crazy. Big stretch, big stretch. Stretch it out, chat. Stretch it out. La-di-da-di, here comes the hottie. Oh, you gotta stretch it out, chat.
Go to bed, chat.
Yeah, that too. Grim's absolutely right. Go to bed, chat. Absolutely correct. But thank you guys for coming, and thank you for putting up with 5 hours of fucking Fields of Mistria? I was playing for 5 hours? I am so sorry. Women be on my penis for real, for real. But whenever I come back, we'll play something. I don't know. Probably more of this. I'm kind of obsessed, so probably this until I either get to where the early access ends or I finally get bored of it. But thank you for coming. I love you guys so much. And I will see y'all in 2 days, because the next 2 days I will be clothes organizing and grocery shopping and cleaning my house. So I'll see you guys on Thursday. Bye.